pass on. Stroke by stroke, he's going past him. And he's gone past him like he's standing still.
What a race! What a race!
God, be calm, Genghis. Be calm, be calm, be calm. The Hungarians are away.
South Africans are away, side by side.
It's Hungary. Hungary going on, there's stress going on. It's a bad view and you feel rough.
This is fantastic! It will be Hungary! It will be Hungary! We will be winning this! Hungary's coming back!
Hungary! It's Hungary all the way!
Hungary!
Oh my word!
Wow!
Oh my word!
What a
I
race!
cannot believe that!
Oh.
Every moment of this. Look at that. That's going to be tears. It's going to be laughing. As we talk about that time, Reece Clark running.
Gold medalist Henk McGregor, South Africa!
It's in your hands. You can make it better, same as we can make it better. Love your sport, stick to what you know, and do what you love doing.
Good morning and welcome to the third day of 2016 Canoe Marathon World Championships here in Germany, Brandenburg, Germany. It's good weather today and we are looking forward to great racing also today. We have had a couple of days now with fantastic racing and also some challenging weather, but today is better.
Today's much better for the athletes. At the moment, Stefan, it's a nightmare for us with the sun shone directly in our faces trying to do this. It's really nice. The wind's lower than it was yesterday. The sun's going to be up later. The skies are blue, and we've got some great racing ahead. First off, the junior K2. So hard to pick a winner there. We've got a lot of quality throughout. And now we're having to add in the Argentinians to our list of quality, which is a luxury problem to have.
Absolutely so. And yesterday we had so many great highlights. So why don't we share it with you one more time? Saw some rough conditions on the course yesterday. Today it looks a lot more better. What do you think, Ivan? The course today, It's headwind from the start.
Yeah, we're looking at a headwind for the first 2K, turn round, tailwind for the next 2K for every lap. And yesterday we saw the strong paddlers really take advantage on the upwind sections, and I think we'll see the same again today.
We do have a sketch of an outline of the course coming up soon.
It's a really nice big open lake here. Start line directly in front of us. 2,000 meters. Halfway there's a small island. Round the turn at the top. Straight back to the start line. No portage, of course, on the first lap. Then for the subsequent laps, up to the 2K, all the way back, and now pull into the portage. So for the junior men this morning, it'll be 6 laps with 5 portages. And for the C2 junior men this morning, 5 laps with 4 portages. Running through the portage, one of the longer portages we've seen in these competitions for a while, roughly 200 meters. Then once they've done that final portage, it's a quick 500 meters up to the turn buoy and straight back to the finish, and it's game over. So fairly straightforward, Stefan, but we've seen that people still there's still problems out there, and the problems aren't caused by the course, of course, they are caused by the other athletes and the other competitors. It's reading those and making the best of the opportunities you're presented that the winners are doing here so well.
They are, and can we pick anyone on this K2 Junior? K2 Junior is quite unpredictable, but we have all the top guys from the Europeans here.
I guess for me, both history and the results here this weekend favour the Hungarians, and both 3-2-1, Eric Petro and Adam Varga. Eric Petro, world champion in this event last year. I'm going to go with my heart a little bit and go 3-0-1, Harding and Gregory, European champions over the 1,000 metres and bronze medalists at this event last year. Tough day out there for Luke yesterday, but I think they're in with a shout as well. And there's others as well. I mean, at the end of the highlights, we saw Rodriguez flat on his back on the pontoon after his efforts yesterday. He's back out today with
Argentina.
The Argentinians have impressed so much. And then there's others. There's the second Hungarian K2, Odoshi and Maya, and then
Spain.
Spanish juniors we haven't seen too much from them. But
Migoya Capin. They were second at the Europeans in Pontevedra.
You can't argue with that, yep. And then the South Africans, who we saw both of them out yesterday, Van der Westhuizen and Keeling. They toughed it out yesterday. Didn't have probably the day they were each hoping for, so maybe there's a lot to play for them today.
Yeah, we'll soon see. And there is a lot of engaged people here at the venue, without whom we wouldn't really have such an event, and one of them comes here.
I'm Andre. I work for Nello, and we are here on the backstage of the boat area. So we are here mostly fixing and preparing the boats for the race this weekend. All seems in place. Even the sun showed up. So looking forward for a great event during the weekend. Yeah, I think the level is there on most of the races, and I think the conditions can deliver an entertaining race with some wind and waves, and definitely some challenge. And I think that's what everybody wants to see in a marathon race. And being a flat water course, I think these wind and waves can create some special challenges for the paddlers, what will make it more interesting for us.
Germany then. Germany has shown some strength here. Germany, that is one of the great nations of paddling, and today on this course they have a K2, Erik Trocha and Benedikt Kraft.
We've seen a lot from the Germans this time that we haven't seen before. Even some of their old stages have lifted their game for their home championships, and it'll be great now. We've got an interview with Erik in this race, and we can hear from him now.
I'm Erik Trocha. I'm from Germany. I'm 17 years old. It's my first year here at Marathon. I'm very happy to be here in Germany. It's my hometown here in Brandenburg, so I'm very proud to be here. My rides are K2 with my partner Benedict, and yeah, we go for the junior with 22 kilometers.
And just a couple of minutes after the K2 men, we do have the C2 men starting. And in that category, we have all the top three from the Europeans, Portugal, Poland, and also Germany.
Absolutely, Stefan. And on paper, with the 1, 2, and 3 from the European Championships in the canoe classes, were mainly European-based, you'd think that's race over. But you've also got 4.9, 4.10, and 4.11. Laxo and Balko from Hungary, Maciel and Apura, of course, the first two in the C1 in this class, and the second Hungarian boat, Adolf, who was third in that C1, and Koznovsky. And we can't write Hungarians off. So although you got the 3 European medalists here, I think the medals could come from 3 completely different crews. That's the depth of the field we've got today.
And that will provide a very, very good race. It will be excellent racing here this morning, and it's time to start. Come with us.
Okay, so it looks like the cameras out there today are also struggling, looking directly into the sun. We're going to have a few silhouettes going around the course in this morning's session. It's going to be very hard to pick out the names of the runners and riders. We can't see from here any more than you can see on your screen. So it's going to be exciting, but just to give you a rough guide, 2 really good crews on this side of the course. Nearest to us, Harding and Gregory. 2 up from them, Ferreira and Cruz of Portugal. Both raced yesterday in their K1, both performed reasonably well. 2 up from them again is the first Argentinian crew. And then we go across to the far side of the course for the Hungarians and the South Africans. So there's 3 boats this side of the course in the first 5 boats, and 3 on the very far side of the course to watch out for. It'll be 2 distinct groups that have to come together at some stage, and always that coming together creates a little bit of drama, especially for the people stuck in the middle. So on the start line, just waiting for the officials to check whatever they check from their motorboat. A little bit of nerves in there, and away they go. So on the far side, 4 up from the bottom is Petro and Varga. They're clean away, and then this side, the Spaniards in 2. That's Alonso, Munoz, and Great Britain in 1. Storming, and right in the middle of the field, it looks like the Danes, which is going to be Hansen and Madsen, also very well up. So it's 3 distinct groups. Looks like the Czech Republic on the far side. So it's Gregory and Harding, this side of your picture. On the far side, the Hungarians is Petro and Varga. It's these 2 leading out at the moment. Another group formed in the middle between these 2. There's some 50, 60 meters between the 2 lead boats. So we're looking at Hungary on the far side. The other Hungarian crew making their way up to their compatriots. So it's Hungary 1, Hungary 2. But that's not the true picture, because on this side of the course, there's some incidents on the left-hand side of the course. I'm not sure who that involved, but there's Harding and Gregory. They're safe, and they're making their way across to the leaders. Just behind them, there was a little bit of chaos.
Argentina and Portugal. In that little crash, they are away, starting to try to close the gap.
Closest to the camera now with the backwards caps on, that has to be Ferreira and Cruz, I think. But the Hungarians got the best of the coming together there. Harding, Gregory, a little bit hassled, but they're safe on the front lead wash. So it's Hungary, Great Britain, Second Hungarian crew now taking the lead. Wise move there to hold the Great Britain crew out. But you can see they're still separate. They're still apart.
Portugal.
So Cruz and Ferreira coming up, trying to squeeze out the British crew, which suits them fine. They'll end up on the lead V, but they're being challenged for that by whoever's wearing the caps, and they've been beaten into that V by whichever crew
Portugal
is wearing caps. That could be the New Zealand crew, I think. I'm guessing at the New Zealand crew, and the reason I guess that is because it's Thompson, who was so fast up the first 2K yesterday. I really can't see the numbers. So we got Hungary 1, Hungary 2. We got whoever it is in those caps is in danger in the group. They don't know what they're supposed to be doing.
Hungary 1, Hungary 2.
They're not moving back when they should be. They're causing all sorts of trouble there. Harding and Gregory deciding they've had enough of the trouble, as have Ferreira and Cruz. And now the speed picks up. And that's what happens when you get a boat in the race that's upsetting the rhythm of everyone. Sooner or later, the big guns get fed up with it and put the hammer down. And people who run into paddles, people who don't move over when they should, are most unwelcome in a race. They create an unpredictability, an element of danger that is just unwelcome. So on the far side now we have 3, 2, 4. And that's the South Africans, Van der Westhuizen, Mark Keeling. Both did really well yesterday. A little bit tough for them yesterday, but it looks like they're unaffected so far, at least today. So 3, 2, 1. That's Eric Petro, world champion from last year, with a new partner this year, Adam Varga. But it looks like no diminishing of the quality. And back to the start. Looking into the sun here for the C2s. And all the main players are on the far side of the course here, with the one exception of the fourth boat up, the Germans, Heinen Mode, second in the European Championships. You can see them in shot there.
It is 409. Lacio Bako from Hungary is taking the lead in the middle there.
So 2 Hungarians together. Portuguese making their way across to them in the red caps. Spanish and the second Portuguese crews have had a coming together, along with Heinen Mode from Germany, who are now
Serafini from Italy on the inner side here, and the blue dresses as well.
So Hungary, Germans making their way up, the Portuguese tucked in the back, 2 Spanish crews there in view also, but there's all sorts of trouble going on directionally in this group at the moment.
The red dressed crew there is Latvia, Lodgins and Oswalds.
But the Hungarians away and clear, ominous for the other crews. As we go back to the K2, still a huge group. Germans just at the back of that group, just holding on, 317 there. That's Eric Trocker, who we heard from in the interviews, and his partner Benedict Kraft. So he's having a good day. But it's Hungary, Portugal, South Africa, Hungary, Great Britain, Czech Republic. The Czechs we haven't mentioned yet. That's going to be Jakub Stechel and Martin Sobicek from the Czech Republic. They're hanging on the left of the group. On the far side, the Argentinian crew. I think that's the Malaval brothers from Argentina. And that group beginning to settle down now. They've lost the people causing problems. And everything returns to a more organised, more civilised pattern as they go around the turn. Hungarians are pushing it on around the turn. South Africans covered them easily. Portuguese and Great Britain, the only other two crews that are really in touch. Great Britain even are hanging off the back. Hungarians are really taking it to everyone here. Only the South Africans are safe at this stage. The Portuguese have got work to do. Gradual reduction now in the speed. Petro looks round, see what damage he's done, see if it's worth pressing on with the move he's just made. But the South Africans covered that beautifully. They were safe coming into the turn on the outside, safe coming out. And just saw the yellow bow there. Harding and Gregory, third last year. They're the more impressive of the people who are closing the gap. The Portuguese looked a little bit shaky on that. And up come the second Hungarian crew. So Hungary, 3-2-1 is the main players, Eric Petro and Adam Varga. On their right now, Van der Westhuizen and Keeling. In the yellow boat, Harding and Gregory. An ambitious move by the South Africans, just trying to make the Hungarians work hard to catch up. And this falls beautifully for Great Britain. And the Portuguese now are going to have to do quite a bit just to stay in touch. Argentinians behind, Malaval. And then the second group moving out to the left to try and roll down one of the washes. But looking ominously good for Hungary again. And there's so many medals from their team in this championship. Only in the men's K1 yesterday did they fail to medal. And by failing to medal, I mean they came fourth, which can't really be described as a failure by anyone's measure. So South Africa, Hungary, Great Britain. That's the lead five. They're not far ahead of the second group, who could well regain contact. In fact, here they come now into shot. And it's the Czech Republic. Stejkal and Chobicek. They've closed the gap. And then the next one who could possibly bridge that gap was the Malaval brothers from Argentina. I think unfortunate for the other Argentinian crew. They were at a bit of a coming together in the early stages. So that was Rodriguez and Ranido. Rodriguez, who did so well yesterday.
And Sean van der Westhuizen in front in the South African boat there. He already has a gold medal from K2 Man Junior at the World Championships. Back in Oklahoma 2014, he won together with Louis Hatting. And then he wasn't even a junior yet, he was just 15.
We do see that quite a lot in the juniors. People come in very early, but then sometimes their improvement curve isn't what you would expect. I mean, everyone's always very excited when you see a 15-year-old who's in the medals, or, you know, and then as year on year. I mean, back in Oklahoma, we had, I think, I was talking about it with someone else earlier, we had Balas Havas, who paddled around on his own at the front of that race, and everyone's like, whoa, this is the next superstar. But to move up through the races and through the levels, if you like, up to senior, it doesn't always happen.
No, things levels out when they are grown-ups, and at about 20, 22, 23, you'll start to see who has really the mindset to get there in top of the world racing.
In junior racing as well, there's a big difference sometimes between chronological age and physical age.
Yeah.
So it's always deceptive. But, oh my word, that is not what the rest of the world wanted to see in the men's C2. That's Hungary versus Hungary. I would have thought or hoped that Portugal could have been with them with Maciel and Apura, who were first two in the junior C1. But it looks like the Hungarians are away. There was a lot of collisions, a lot of coming together, and a lot of erratic steering up the first leg of the C2 race. These two were clear of all of that, and now you can see what a difference that's made. It looks to be at least a gap of 5, 6, maybe even 10 lengths. Bit of poor cornering by the second Hungarian crew there.
And it's so impressive. Hungary wasn't that
successful
as the Europeans in the C2 men junior, and here they have new crews. And bam, they are there in top again.
I mean, there isn't another nation that can produce two crews for the European Championships and two different crews for the World Championships. It just can't happen. And here it is, the men's K2 kicking off. Not sure why, but you see Havel in the background again.
It's 200 meters to the first turn. I think that's why they are very eager, these youngsters, to get a good
the
position
Hungarians,
into the
massively
turn.
impressive. It looks really like it's only these four crews in shot, and maybe the Argentinians there who've got the turn, the change of pace to cope with this race.
Looks like the British crew is taking it a little bit easy there. No big deal for them to get into this turn.
I'd like to see them closer up behind the K2 in front of them to get round the turn. Second group, although they're close, there's no one in that second group who's got the change of pace that's going to be necessary to do damage in this race. Very close to the boys there from the Argentinians, forcing that second group into a little bit of contact. But it's the Hungarians picking up the pace as they come out from the turn. Stretching that lead group of four. It's trailing out just a little bit. There's small gaps beginning to open between the front two and the rest.
They're really going
and it
fast
could
now.
Be a break here. It's Hungary, and they are opening. The South Africans can't cope with this. They're dropping back. They're 2 lengths behind now.
It's amazing how nice they are paddling there, both Hungarian crews, especially the one in the leads. So well coordinated in the K2s. High speed, but it doesn't look like.
They do not look right. Oh, they put their paddles down. They're not going to finish the job. The South Africans have fallen on their feet here. There is a sigh of relief coming from both South Africa and Great Britain there. Petro put his paddles down, didn't finish the job. That was pretty much done, Stefan. I mean, they were pulling away, and maybe they don't care. I mean, why would they care? If they can do it once, they can do it again, I guess. But it's the gap hasn't quite closed. The Africans aren't quite back with them yet, but so impressive.
Most appropriate now would be to put in a big effort once again from the Hungarians, and then
I think it would be done. Yeah, I think you're dead right, Stefan. They look so relaxed, the Hungarians. South Africans doing all the chasing. Great Britain there. Might even be separated from the South Africans. It's hard to tell, but I can't see. No, they're still nicely in touch. So hard looking up the course to get angles on this. Great Britain now trying to go round the South Africans, who are having none of it. And the speed's going to pick up. Petro goes again. And that was one to the South Africans there over the Great Britain crew. And here in the C2, it looks like the poor turn from the second Hungarians. Oh no, they're still in touch. So from Hungary, the next boat round was Portugal, who interestingly Probably because they're both C1 paddlers at heart, and they've only getting the C2 as their second option. They both paddle on the same side, which is rare. So Hungarians, 1-2 in both races, and it's not like we haven't seen that before this weekend. So 4:09, that's Laxo and Bako, and 4:10, hot on their tail, is Koznovsky. I've messed that up horribly, sorry, and Adolf. Koznovsky and Adolf. So Hungary, from Hungary, and it looks, as we look up the course, like the gaps are opening up there. You can see the Portuguese just behind them. You can see the Germans out to the right. I'm assuming that's Hein and Mode. And between them, you've got the Portuguese, which is going to be Petrovic and Cibula. In the distance as well, you can also see the Spanish crew both paddling on the same side. So I'm going to guess, Stefan, that you only have two paddlers paddling on the same side if you haven't got a massive pool of paddlers to pick from. It doesn't make sense to do that. You don't see the top crews.
Yeah, we have some very good crews in the men's C2 that do that as well. And we asked in the Europeans if someone out there expert in C2 paddling can explain to us a little bit of what is the challenge doing that.
So it looks like the internet crowd have woken up already. They're already on the case. So as the C2 come back past the finish line for the first time, it's Hungary, looking very strong. Hungary 1, 4:09. Laxo and Bako from Hungary 2. Koznovsky and Adolf, who actually look equally strong. It's hard to pick a winner from these two. Behind them, Portugal, Maciel and Apura, first two in the C1. And behind them is Petrovic and Cibula, third at the European Championships and currently looking at fourth. But they're ahead of Hein and Mode, who beat them in Europe earlier this year. Then it's the Latvians, Lagstan and Ozol, and the second Portuguese crew, first of the European Championship. They're not having a great time, but they were balked on the first leg as Colio and Silva. But it's Laxo and Bako. I'm no expert on canoe paddling, but that looks pretty good to me. So Hungary 1 just extending that lead, maybe one whole wave over Hungary 2 there. And Hungary 2 have got only that same gap ahead of the 2 Portuguese. You have roughly twice that gap that you can see there between them and the Polish. But back to the K2 and everyone back together again. But still, Hungary 1, Hungary 2, Argentina now third yesterday in the junior men's K1, clattering into that boy there. That's the Hungarians, not leaving huge amounts of room for them, but we've seen how robust the Argentinians are in both the under-23 and the junior racing here this weekend. And a little bit of a collision with a boy is not going to be rattling them too much. So it's Hungary, Argentina, the same as it was in the junior K1 yesterday. What looked to be a full boat race half a lap ago. Is now back to at least a 6-boat race. And Great Britain, South Africa, tucking neatly in the back. There's another boat comes in to join, it's the Germans. That's Eric Trocker, who we heard from. Now, talking to him in the interview, he wouldn't have given himself a shout, I don't think, of being in this front group. So he's having a phenomenal race here. So Czech Republic now moved up into one of the prime spots. We've had our first delivery of chocolate biscuits in the commentary box. So I'll just be chewing that for a while. So, second Hungarian crew leading. Eric Petro just coming through now. He's really the athlete of quality in this race. Great Britain moving smoothly from one V-wash to the next. And if you're going to be in the V, now's the time to do it. Eric Petro's the fastest leader. Keeling and Van der Westhuizen deciding they want a little bit of a safer position. I'm sure not everyone's happy with the camera boat being right there. Although I did have a conversation with a couple of the seniors yesterday who didn't seem to mind. So it settles down, the pace settles again. They've got about 400 or 500 meters to the first portage. And the first portage, junior crews with a group this big could well be both interesting and a little bit dangerous. Keeling, Van der Westhuizen find themselves on the outside of the group. At least there's a little bit of safety out there, even if it's not the best wave. So group of 7. Once they get to the blue pylon on the left there, it's about 200 meters to go. And that's, I think, when we start to see a little bit of Change of pace maybe. A little bit of a reshuffle. So Petro definitely in control of this race so far. Spaniards in this group. South Africans maybe also. And here's the Italians. Italians, Angrisani and Vianoli. And here we go. About 150 metres to the portage. Hungary 1 and 2. Kicking it out side by side. Great Britain. Argentina getting the best of this. South Africans look to be struggling a little bit at the moment. They're changing their mind over which direction they want to be, which group they want to go with. I think they lost touch with Petro and have moved across to the slightly slower side, but they are struggling. They're now behind the Czechs as well. But it's Hungary 1, Hungary 2, Great Britain and Argentina are the survivors from that change of speed. And now they just have to keep it clean on the portage. Luke Harding doing well to duck round the back of the Hungarians there. Argentinians a little bit slow out their boat, a little stumble as well. Harding Gregory shouldering the boat. Strange decision to shoulder a K2, Stefan.
Yeah, a bit unusual. They are running very well over the boats now.
As are the Hungarians. There you go, Harding Gregory. We knew there'd be difficulties at this portage. It was always going to happen. So Hungary 1 in the water now. Eric Petro up and away. The other Hungarians, if they go now, it's going to be very hard. So Hungary 1, Hungary 2, they're away. Great Britain are the only boat really who are close enough to stop them going. But this is going to be a fight for Great Britain now. South Africans are taking up chase as well, but the gaps are big. It looks like Great Britain are safe. They're going to close. But no one else is safe yet.
The British team, 1,000-meter champions from the Junior Europeans previously this year, have the speed enough to close that gap quite rapidly.
So it's Petro and Varga. They're out on their own, 3 or 4 lengths back to their compatriots. Just clinging on to them is Great Britain. And behind them, South Africa, who've got one of the longest 3-length gaps they've ever seen to close down. And it's going to be tough.
And the gap to the second group is increasing rapidly now. Argentina is losing ground, stroke by stroke. It's really fast in top now. Very decisive first portage.
It was always going to be chaos there, Stefan. There are a few crews at the back of that group who were struggling anyway. It's very hard to think clearly when you're struggling. They came out, they hassled some of the other crews when they had their incidents. Hungarians were away, they ran well, as did Harding and Gregory. South Africans a little bit slow on the run. Keeling was slow yesterday on his runs as well in his K1. And you know, they came out of that turn looking at a gap of 3 lengths to the 2 in front of them, but now that gap's expanded to 5, maybe 6 lengths. There's the front of the race right there. It was Petro who did the damage. The other Hungarians have worked hard to catch him up. They've gone up the left side deliberately so that Great Britain haven't got the best of it when they get there. It's good racing from the Hungarians. Great Britain will probably have to duck round the back now and go up the right-hand side or just tough it out.
And we can see here on the graphics we have a time measurement point at the end of the portage. They all came in at the same time, and it was already 22 seconds after the Portage, after the 150-meter run to Rodriguez, the Argentinians that were one of the top crews into the Portage. So it's a long Portage, and it's tough to run quick across these 150 meters, especially when the efforts before the pontoon started so early, as these guys did now.
But nobody can run 22 seconds faster than anyone else over 200 meters. And that's just impossible. So where the difference is made is how cleanly you get out of the boat, how cleanly you get back in the boat, and how organized you are coming in and leaving those portages. And 22 seconds is a huge margin on the water.
It is.
And it's really paid off for those K2s. There's 3 at the front now. South Africans are left dangling in no man's land. It's going to be a tough day for them. They could close maybe, but if they do close, they're going to be very tired. Meanwhile, back at the front of the C2 race, state normal, Hungary from Hungary. Junior K2 is a 22.6 kilometre race with 6 laps, long laps, 1 short lap and 5 portages. C2s is 1 lap shorter and 1 portage less and only 19k. I think then we'll see the C2s finish just before the K2s. So our first champions crowned this morning, I think will come from, well, I think will be the 2 people we see in shot now.
Daniel Ashu and Thomas Bacco.
It's interesting. Somebody online is wondering why none of the 1,000-meter Olympians made an appearance yesterday. They say they think they should be pretty good shape for marathon racing. Well, we've seen it before, Stefan. There isn't a direct correlation between the two. Though those guys are fast, the fastest in the world down 1,000 meters, this is a very different game. This game has the addition of a huge amount of tactical and brain work that those 1,000-meter paddlers, well, Stefan, frankly, they don't have, do they?
Exactly. They are not used to it, and it has all these races has also a lot of endurance into it. Even if the 1,000-meter paddlers are training as much as the marathoners do, they don't have the endurance and they don't have the tactical skills for it. We have seen that so many times. Even since our days, where people had the same opinion, just go in and beat the marathoners, that'll be easy. No one really did it.
The only Olympic champion, well, I say the only, I mean, Erik Veres Larsen,
yes.
He's done it, and Tim Brabants was second in a K2 marathon. Erik Veres Larsen did win, I think, 2 K2 marathons. Yeah. So there are people who've done it, but it's not an automatic just because they're that fast that they can come here and wipe the floor with these guys. These guys are of a quality that you cannot match with brute force alone.
Which we have seen the other way around quite a lot. Athletes that have started a marathon and went into the 1,000-meter sprinters. Knut Holman, one of them.
Erik Veres Larsen, René Paulsen, Tim Brabants. There's a lot of guys that have gone that way.
Also Hungarians.
Yeah. Laszlo Solti, who won the K2 marathon last year, has been racing sprint all year and has been in the finals of the World Cups and medalist, I think, in the under-23 1,000 metres. But looks like the South Africans have closed that gap, and kudos to them. That wasn't an easy gap to close. I'm sure they'll be very grateful for the wash they're on right now. And the
C2s are approaching their first portage.
Here we come, Hungary 1. A little bit slow to stop the boat, but they're out, up and away. So much easier the portage is when you come in on your own, Stefan. You can go through your routine. Hungary 2 are in all sorts of trouble. They've got a lot of water in their boat. They're emptying out on the far landing stage now. They've probably spent 5 to 10 seconds doing that, which has allowed the Portuguese to come and get... There's a lot of water in the Portuguese boat as well. Maybe it's rougher out there than it looks, Stefan.
Maciel and Apura from Portugal that had such a good day yesterday, winning both gold and silver. Apura gold medalist and Maciel silver.
The guy in the front of the Hungarian #1 boat there looked like he was really, really struggling. Certainly didn't look comfortable running. Here come the Portuguese, Maciel and Apura. And they've closed down a little bit on the Hungarians. See how much effort there has to go into the steering of these boats around the corner. Complete change of body shape, complete change of paddle angles. And now they're back on the straight and narrow. And again, it looks well coordinated, smooth and powerful. Another little incident on the portage there. Yep, somebody pointed out we missed Pimenta off our list of Olympians and marathon paddlers as well.
Yeah, it's quite a lot of them.
There's a lot of shouting and a lot of contact between these C2 paddlers. They're all going to get in on the same side as well. There's a little bit of tension out on the water this morning. There's your leaders. Hungary 2, despite emptying their boat, haven't lost any ground on them. It's the Portuguese in third who've lost some time over this last portage. They had an opportunity to close, but weren't capable of doing it.
And on the female side, examples of athletes that have done both is Susanne Gunnarsson, maybe the one.
Anna Hemmings.
Yeah, Susanne winning gold medals both in K2 500 meters on the Olympics and I think 5-6 gold medals at the marathons.
So there's the front of the junior boys K2 race. It's hard to bet against Eric Petro and Adam Varga. Everything they've done on this race has caused problems for the others. They're sat on the outside of the group there. Eric Petro just having a chat with his partner. Happy to let their teammates lead for now. Gregory Harding. Again, a top quality 1,000-metre sprint crew, European champions. And Keeling and Van der Westhuizen, also a European medalist over 1,000 metres. Van der Westhuizen, third in the K1, or world medalist, sorry.
Quite amazing that you were able to close that gap.
I'm really impressed, Stefan. I mean, we didn't see it happen, but last time we saw it, it looked like the gap was getting bigger and bigger. They stuck to their task. We saw Van der Westhuizen do that in the K1 a couple of times yesterday.
Yes. They are so used to these long distance races. They know anything could happen. It's just about never giving up. Keep on going.
So nothing too dramatic happening in the K2s. There's going to be no one closing from behind in this race now. On the last leg up against the wind, the Argentinians that had showed drop the chase. So you see the chase group out to the left there. One of the reasons why they are out to the left there is because there's a camera boat following these 4 leaders. Well, not these 4, these are the chasers. There's a camera boat that's following the leaders. Obviously, there's no boat that doesn't make a wave. And there's a little bit of respite. That's the price you pay for a little bit of TV coverage. And I'm sure people have an opinion, but I think it's worth that little price. There's the leaders. They will always be the leaders, and the strength will show in the end. Group 2 moving back out towards them now. And the South Africans think it's time for a change. They might have seen the second group closing them down. In fact, they have. And everyone's protecting their position now. It's only 150 metres to the portage. And despite that break the Hungarians made, there's the Argentinians that I said had given up the chase, but the other crews have pulled them back. Looks like the Portuguese doing the damage. But now, here goes the front group, and immediately the quality shows. Argentinians struggling, Czechs also struggling as the Portuguese have closed that gap. It looks like Harding and Gregory, and on the far right, Petro, who've done the damage this time. The Portuguese have found themselves in a very privileged position.
The South Africans managed to create a very good position for themselves into the portage. Can paddle a little bit longer now.
It was them that initiated the change of speed as well. They came out from the V-wash. They saw the danger in advance. Fantastic paddling from Van der Westhuizen there. Hungary too are finding themselves in a position they don't want to be in, being squeezed into the pontoon. But Harding Gregory looking very strong. That's good. Great news for the Great Britain fans. Great news for Tom Daniels and Longridge Canoe Club, where they've trained from the beginning. They are tracked by Eric Petro just to their right as we look at them, and by Hungary too, just behind, with Dossi and Maya. So it's Harding Gregory away, Petro away, Dossi and Maya away. Keeling and Van der Westhuizen are going to get the worst of this. It's the Portuguese who get away with the Hungarians. They'll get a lift back to the front too.
Once again, South Africa has to try to close the gap.
Harding, if he has one of his strengths, is time trialling, and he will be happy to push on at the front there. He's not going to let this gap close easily. He's in territory he knows now. He struggled yesterday in the busy field of the K1, but today he's seen an opportunity, and now the Hungarians are going to help them out. Petro leads from Harding and Gregory. The second Hungarian crew will close them down, it seems. And again, it's the South Africans who find themselves just lacking a little bit over that portage. Germans choosing a strange way to carry their boat. Across the portage rather than along it.
Ferreira and Cruz that had quite a poor first lap. He's now
a hunting party.
Away he goes, Harding again. These two boys very happy to do this. It's worth it now. The medals could be decided here. Loads of confusion at the start of the portage. There's just not the relaxation. There's people back here who aren't used to doing these races. It was 3-1-4. The New Zealand crew of Thompson and Firkins, who were causing the grief on that initial 2,000 metre leg up to the top. And now they're back with some of the tail enders. So Gregory, from Varga, from Meyer, from Cruz, from South Africans, Keeling, Van der Westhuizen, Rodriguez. Also there, but a long way down now. So it's 3 boats away. The graphic is slightly out of date now. The gap back to the Portuguese is well, you can see it there in shot. That's about 6, 7, maybe even 8 lengths. South Africans are going to close down the Portuguese, maybe with the assistance of a camera boat or two. They might close the gap again, but that's what they're going to be hoping for now. Now, we might have missed it from where we were sitting, but it seems like Mark Keeling maybe took a swim on that portage. It couldn't have been a long swim because they're still roughly in touch, but maybe a little bit of a dip for him. It's a shame we don't get action replay of some of the portages, Stefan, because it's so hard to keep your eye on everything and everyone. You tend to watch the first couple come out, see how they get out, and then by then other incidents have happened, so we're guilty of missing some of the action, that's for sure.
I saw something happen when he jumped out of his boat, but he was covered by some other athletes there. But he lost some ground, obviously, just getting out their boat. They're now halfway into the race, having done 12 kilometers out of 22.6.
So no change in the C2. It's Hungary, from Portugal, and it's really hard now to see how that will change. So the gap's pretty much unchanged. Front paddler in the C2 at the front there. Does his elbow not look really uncomfortable when he takes his paddle out? That has to lead to injury sooner or later, surely.
He's lifting his paddle quite high.
Yeah, lifts it up with his elbow first. I don't know C1 paddling technique, but if any of our listeners out there who filled us in on canoe paddling detail yesterday, does he really need to lift his left elbow that high to take his paddle out for the recovery? Would be great to know, and we can tell the rest of the world. So hungry 1, hungry 2. And a fair way behind them now, just to the left of your picture, is the Portuguese. So Balázs Adolf, third in the C1, junior C1. He's at least going to get a medal of some description in this. And back to the K2, and no South Africans in that shot. So they haven't closed the gap yet. They're with the Portuguese, remember, about 10 lengths behind. And as yet, that gap remains unclosed. We might get a view back to the second group as these three come around the turn. Quick look to the left, and just watch that. No, we won't watch anything. C2's coming to the Portage. Screen in our box has gone blank for now. Hopefully you can still see. Hungary 1 out and running on the Portage. Hungary 2 also up and running. No emptying of boats this time. So as they come through the Portage, run towards us. And the gaps are looking maybe slightly smaller. There's a little bit of overlap on the Portage this time. Hungary 2 taking ages to get in their boat. They're so close to the others. And then the gap just opens up, but they definitely close down, maybe a couple of lengths over that Portage. I think maybe that race isn't over yet.
They might be together at the next Portage.
I think the boat with Balázs Adolf, they struggle so much to get around the turn in that second C2. Look. Maybe they haven't done a lot of paddling together. They've just lost at least 2, maybe 3 lengths around the turn.
And third is Marcela Pura. They've had their great day yesterday, and they won gold and silver.
So through the Portage now. Looks like Poland. I've temporarily lost the visuals in our studio, so we're doing our best to keep you informed. For now, I'll keep you informed of who's coming through the Portage, and it's Poland in fourth place. That's Petrovic and Cibula in the C2. The leaders make their way up against the wind. Hungary 1 and 2 now well clear of the Portuguese, who I think are comfortable in third. A little bit of complication for the C2s over the Portage. And in the distance, I can see from the commentary box, the lead 3 K2s, about 400 metres away from their Portage. It's still going to be the same 3. So Harding and Gregory are leading out from the 2 Hungarians. So I can see the live feed on the screen at the course now, and it's Harding and Gregory from Hungary and Hungary. I'm going to put it out there now that I think Great Britain are going to win this. I think they've got the speed, should it come to a finishing sprint. I think they've got the confidence. They've done so well through this year. They've got the experience of a good few marathon races at this level now.
Both in K1 and K2. Another example of moving from marathon to sprint.
There's so many, I mean, so many people have written in, I can't list them all, but there's just people writing in all over the place. And yeah, there's a lot of people who make that transition. Yeah. It's not even a transition, the two work side by side, Stefan.
Absolutely so.
Yeah.
And marathon is a very good training for sprint as well.
And we're back on to our visuals in the commentary box now, so a little bit more relaxation from us. It's Harding and Gregory leading the Hungarians. That time, on that lap, the camera boat was a little bit more discreet and no assistance. So bad news for the South Africans. Oh, we got a little incident at the Portage again. These C2s are having all sorts of troubles today. Guy in the back might have lost a shoe there. But in come the K2s.
Very confident from Harding and Gregory there.
This looks really good to me. I'm going to lose my impartiality, I can warn you, as this race progresses. We'll slip into an unprofessional screaming if Great Britain win this, but you're just going to have to live with that, I'm afraid. So Harding Gregory out, nice and cleanly. Two Hungarians just behind them. And the chase group with South Africa are about 10, 12 lengths behind that. A little bit of complication coming from the C2s, but I think we're going to be okay. It's the Italian C2 of Fonzi and Serafini. You don't get a cooler name than Fonzi. Anyone who grew up in the 70s and 80s, there is no cooler person than the Fonz. So away go the K2s, absolutely no rush to leave the landing stage. Great Britain waiting for one of the Hungarians to take their share. C2, Italian C2, very nicely moving out to leave them room around that turn.
The second group is 25 seconds behind now. It's not enough. It's not enough for the first guys to be safe. If they are starting to do tactics and they slow down, I think this second group will close in a bit.
They certainly haven't lost touch, Stefan. There's still some good crews in that chase pack. It's not just the South Africans that are prepared to work. You've got the Portuguese there.
Yeah.
And I think that looked like, was that the second Argentinian crew?
No, it is 305. Ranedo and Rodriguez.
Okay.
That we saw yesterday doing so well.
And the other Argentinians are just getting in from their portage now. That's the Malaval brothers. But South Africa is still leading that second group. They're not getting a lot of help at the moment. And to be fair, Rodriguez yesterday, although he did some leading, he wasn't that effective when he led, and his leading was really just to maintain distance rather than to gain it. So I think South Africa, if they're going to close that gap, it's going to have to be 90% they're doing.
And they seem to be willing to do it. We saw Van der Westhuizen doing that yesterday as well.
Second South African crew, Hart and Pracer, getting out the start of their portage. A little bit of grief from the Ukrainians. South Africans running really well through the portage. Denmark in that group, Spain, and the Ukraine. South Africans away, and through come New Zealand, Germany, and Spain too. Italians running underneath us now, as those other crews get out at the other end. You can see the difference in these tail-enders, the way they get in and out of their boats. You can see that they're not as experienced as the top guys. You can see there's a lot of learning to be done here. You lose time every time they either have to get out or get back in their boat. They look uncomfortable with their drink systems. They don't know which way around their paddle is when they get to the end of the portage. Nothing's pre-thought. It's only ever thought when you get there. There's a deal with what happens now. There's no pre-thinking, there's no preparation. And preparation in this goes right down to everything, from the boat to the drinks you're going to have, to the food you eat the days before. The preparation goes back so far, and you can see that some of these crews are taking it moment by moment, and that's where they fail.
Exactly so. It has a lot to do with ambition, the overall ambition. If they can see the opportunities to really go for medals, usually the preparations are much better. It's a lot of preparations. It's part of marathon. Keep your equipment in good shape, not only your physical strength. It's boats, it's pumps, it's drinking bags, and it's how you blend the drinks as well, according to what your body needs and the temperature of, and the weather and the conditions of the race and all of that. It's a lot to learn. Also fascinating.
Yeah, luckily you've got a long time to learn it.
Yeah.
Canoeing's a sport with a lot of longevity, in the amount of time you can compete. The big guns yesterday, you look at Renata, you look at Hank, it's not the first time they've been here. I think Hank's first senior world championships was 1999 in Jura.
Yeah.
And here we are in 2016.
And I mean,
and he's got the hang of it.
Yeah.
It takes
his first junior world international championships was in Vaxholm 1996. That's 20 years ago.
Interesting, Stefan. In this shot, you can see the pump at the front of the cockpit there. Every paddle stroke where he puts the pressure on his front foot, presumably, he's squirting water out. They're obviously taking quite a bit of water in on this lapse, probably because the wind's slightly from the side and the waves roll down the boat and just lap over the gunnel. But they stop pumping now. But definitely these boats taking water on. We saw them emptying out at previous portages. Romania there and Australia towards the back of the field, but still going strong.
Lascio and Baku. Very coordinated, very neat together.
It's their crew coordination and their timing that's given them just that edge on Hungary 2. You see Hungary 2 struggling to get around the corners quite as tidily. They don't look as slick over the portages, and I think that's the only difference between these two. I think actually on the water in a straight line, the second Hungarian boat of Adolf and Koznovsky may be at least as strong as these two.
Perfect shot of the technique as well. So you can see they're using the hips and the legs quite extensively, both of them in the same pattern as well. The boat is all the strength, all the power is pushing the boat forward. Sometimes you see in C2 paddling that boats goes up and the bow goes up and down quite a lot. But these guys have managed to put the power into the boat, into the water, so they are just moving forward, not up and down. And it's a beautiful morning here in Regatta Stadion Brandenburg. It's about just under 20 centigrades. A little wind, but not too much. And it will be very nice in a couple of hours when we have the seniors racing here this afternoon. So a lot to looking forward to. Today's racing. 11:30, we do have the K2 women. And 14:30, 14:45, the K2 men. And the C2 man is also 11:30. Also that category will be very good this afternoon. Top 3. Junior men K2, Hungary and Great Britain.
They don't look particularly rushed in that shot.
The second group, it's just 4 or 5 boat length behind now. So they have definitely not given up hope to close the gap.
That's that chase group now led by Ferreira and Cruz. Keeling, Van der Westhuizen on their left, and Rodriguez and Ranido from Argentina on their right. More chaos for the C2s rather, at the Portage. So those guys up the top of the ramp as the others kind of crawl out of their C2. Slight lack of dignity in the boat exits in this field today. But there goes Bako and Lexo from Hungary. Really looking uncomfortable on the running in the front of that C2. Second C2 runs down the pontoon. Not quite an overlap this Portage, but pretty much the same gap as it has been. Taking their time to get back in. Stefan, you think a quick entry into the boat there and that gap could have been closed, couldn't it?
Exactly, exactly.
They just don't seem to be in a hurry. I mean,
they're doing it safe.
And now they just struggle around the turn. They just can't get that second boat around the turn the same way that the front boat gets round. Again, they're struggling, dragging the back of the boat, paddling out of time to get the boat round, and they lose the 2 or 3 lengths they've gained on the Portage. They lose it as they go round. Meanwhile, down the pontoon comes Maciel and Apura. But they're not really within striking distance of changing anything here. We must be in the closing stages of this race by now.
They already have a gold and a silver. Not together though. Apura that won yesterday,
I think.
And Maciel second, and now they will have a bronze medal if they manage to
Just
go
the
through
one
this
more
race.
Portage in the C2 race.
Yeah. They are down 14.1 kilometers now out of 19. So one more long lap to go for the C2s, and then the short in sprint, just 1,000 meters from the last portage to the finish.
2 Portages left in the men's K2 race. About 200 meters away from their penultimate Portage. And that second group, I'm going to say, is closing down again on the lead 3. It's very hard from here. We're looking at the course head on from our commentary position, but certainly it's still not done and dusted.
I think it's about 20 seconds.
There's the lap times for the C2s on your screen. Baku, Adolf, Apura and Cibula. Hungary, Portugal and Poland. 100 meters to go now to the Portage. It's
Looks
Petro
like
leading in, and there's the chase group.
it is
gonna be
Keeling and
tight.
Westhuizen. They're setting up the speed now, and they are actually closing the gap quite rapidly now.
Good,
Going very, very, very hard.
a good Portage here from the second group. Could see one of these people close that gap. There's only one place left in the front group in safety.
Struggling a bit.
And the C2s could well be a factor on this next Portage. They're just about 40, 30 meters ahead. There's 3 C2s. There you see the C2s going in. It's going to be very tight here on the run. Luckily, the C2s are very poor at getting out there. No, both C2s are out, up, and kind of running as the K2s arrive. Very strong from Harding and Gregory.
They look very,
A
very
little
confident.
bit of pushing and shoving. Harding squeezing the Hungarians into the fence just a little bit. There you see it. bit of elbows. Through comes Petro. All got past the C2s cleanly, and it's going to be Petro first in. From Harding, Gregory, and the second Hungarian crew look to be a little bit stretched on that run. That's Odozi and Maya. They just look the least comfortable of the three. It's the South Africans who maybe, but no, it's not quite going to be close enough to close the gap immediately. There's still another chase to do for them. No sign of the Argentinians. Here they come now. They're running down the pontoon, but it's South Africa away. Followed by Portugal, followed by Argentina, who leave the portage now.
Quite a good portage of the South African this time. Managed to get free of the Portuguese and are starting to close the gap once again to the flying three in top.
With only one portage to go, though, it's going to be so hard if any of those second groupers do bridge that gap to get themselves organised enough and rested enough for a big finish. It's going to be very, very tough. So there's the lead group of three just going past the jumbo screen in front of the crowd. And the next boat past that screen will be the South Africans. And they've got maybe 8 lengths.
They haven't given up. They are doing all they can now in this last long lap before the final portage.
But Harding and Gregory are trying to stretch that gap.
And I think they do. It was about 15 seconds in the portage, and now it's a little bit more.
So top 3 away, South Africa.
It's 14 seconds now, so it hasn't
Still in the chase.
Just stay the same.
Portugal still not quite lost touch with South Africa. The Argentinians have lost touch now. They're no longer in the running in that second chase pack. It's over for them. As we see some more Benny Hill type action on the portage. Denmark through with Ukraine and Italy, and a C2. Second South African crew getting out now. It's 2 from Ukraine.
Denmark are on the 9th position. Germany on 10th. Denmark once again on 11th, and then Ukraine on 12th, Italy 13th. Second South African is 14th. There you got them all.
So back in the C2 race. Just trying to place where they are. I think they're just about to go around the top turn. for the final time. Someone's opening up a big debate on the internet, Stefan, with questioning why this isn't an Olympic sport. I mean, there's something people could talk about all day, and that divides opinion fairly dramatically. I know there's a lot of people who would love to see this as an Olympic sport, and in its pure form, I couldn't agree more. It's got everything triathlon's got. It's certainly got a lot more than long distance swimming's got in terms of entertainment, and yeah, with good camera work, I think this is as entertaining as any sport.
Absolutely so.
My big question would be whether the ICF is strong enough to get it involved in its pure, unadulterated form, or whether we would be dictated to in terms of numbers, in terms of how the course has to be. Because the joy of yesterday's men's K1 race was that there was a front group of 12 guys. If you're only allowed to have 8 people in the race, that's not going to happen. And
There's so much happening in such a race, in my opinion, in most of us into this sport, it has definitely Olympic quality. We'll see. They will reform the Olympics for Tokyo and definitely after Tokyo. So it's a long run to get it Olympic, but of course we are all striving for it.
It's interesting, we had a big wodge of paper in here yesterday from Mark Keeling's dad, whose other son is an Olympic rower and Olympic medalist, and he's done a whole presentation on the statistics and the reasons why and how marathon kayaking should and could be an Olympic sport. I haven't had time, obviously, last night to read through it all, but the evidence is there, and it's having the will to do it, and it's creating the opportunity to do it. And for me, as much as I'd love to see it in, I question whether we have the strength as a sport to put it in the form we want it. And I think to dilute your sport to suit an Olympic ideal or Olympic TV program, I don't know. I don't know if that's a pill worth swallowing, in my opinion.
It's so many sports that want to be Olympic, and it's a big competition out there. So we'll see. We are striving for it, and in the world of sports, the overall world of sports, it's tough to get in. And it will take time.
Everything takes time.
Yes, a lot.
So Maciel and Apura in shot there. They're in third in the C2. And they are looking at the back of these two guys coming in. They're about 500 meters now from their final portage and about 1,500 meters from the end of their race. These two, as they have been for pretty much the duration of this race, right, in fact, from the first turn after 2,000 metres, these two guys got away. They made a much better turn than their compatriots, as has been the pattern throughout the whole race, and that was enough to give them a bit of clear water, 2 or 3 lengths on that turn. That was all they needed. Off they went, and it's been fairly straightforward for these two ever since. Not so, though, for the Hungarians in the K2 race. They're still being matched by Great Britain's Harding and Gregory, and here they are in shot now. These guys also coming down for their final portage. So these two races are going to finish pretty much at the same time, I think. I I think there's only the lead 3 C2s in front of the K2s now. K2's obviously travelling faster, so that gap will be closing. There's the chase 2. That's all that's left of that chase pack now. They've left the Argentinians at the last portage. But I think time's running out for these guys. You can just see at the top of your picture, that's the gap they've got to close. It was 15 seconds at the last time check. And it doesn't look much different now. Hungarians still pumping water out their boat every stroke at the moment. It doesn't look rough enough out there to fill the boats up. It's certainly not as rough as it was yesterday.
But it opens up a little bit on the other side of the island there, at the upper turn. So maybe it's more rough there than what we can see here from here.
Now you can see the K2s closing in on the lead 3 C2s. I think they're going to close down at least one of these C2s. Maybe even by the portage they could catch the Portuguese, Maciel and Apura. There's the 2 Hungarians, one in the centre of your picture, one to the far right. You can just see their paddles. And behind them, the Portuguese in 3rd place, a very secure 3rd place. They're not going to be troubled by anyone. And the 3 K2s now, their mind already on the portage. How they want to come in, but more importantly, how they want to leave that portage. There's been a little bit of contact between these crews on some of the portages so far.
Into the final portage for the men's C2. Impressive race of these guys so far. Just 1,000 meters more to go.
So Daniel Laxo in the front of that C2. I'm thinking when it comes to running time in the winter in Hungary, that he's not the most feared member of the team. But he certainly paddles well, and he's going to win this race fairly comfortably. In the front of this C2, we've got Balázs Adolf, 3rd yesterday. He's going to be 2nd today. It's an improvement of 1 for him. They've lost a bit of ground on the final long lap to their compatriots. With just 1,000 meters to go and 2 turns, they're certainly not going to be closing that gap. And 3rd place, just coming into the portage, now about 150 meters ahead of the lead K2s. So as the Portuguese make a bit of a hash of getting out of their boat, the K2s 100 meters away, nothing's happened yet, no change of speed. Coming in, I think it's Petro leading. Now the change of speed comes. Petro leading in at speed now. Second Hungarian crew to their right looks to be struggling just a little bit. Harding, they've fallen off the back now. They're in the half V. Harding, Gregory, very strong still. So it's Petro He instigated that move. Hungary 2 really struggling. They don't look comfortable at all. They were straight off the back of Petro. And it's Harding, Gregory, I think, just having the edge coming into this portage. So Petro in first. Gregory second. Harding having a lot of trouble. Gregory picked up the back of the boat way too soon there. Didn't give Luke Harding a chance to get hold of the front. A little bit of stress, a little bit of panic there on Gregory's part. And the Hungarians are through. They're going to get in their boat first, or at least put the boat in the water first. Second Hungarians, I think they're struggling now, and they're going to be fighting for third. They may not even get in contact with the other two boats, but it's Petro into the water first. Harding second. Petro sat down, pushed away, and paddling away. Gregory and Harding, they're away now. They'll be in contact with the front two. Second Hungarian boat is done. They're out of this. So it's going to be 1-2 for Hungary and Great Britain. The order has yet to be decided. It's going to be one of the closest sprint finishes I think we've seen. There's very little to choose between these two crews.
They're very confident paddling there. They were choosing going directly up on the wash of the Hungarians, in spite of it taking a longer route on the outside of the turn, and that showed some quality.
So Petro, very well organised. The half a length of the Great Britain crew lost there was Magnus Gregory picking up the back of the boat before Luke Gregory had got hold of the front. That one little moment of delay lost them half a length, and what could have been a lead going into the last lap now turns into a waiting game and trying to pick when you think you can get past.
And a slight accident for the Portuguese crew here, lost some ground to South Africa. One of the paddlers lost his paddle and had to run back and get it on the pontoon. And that were used by the South Africans to gain a couple of boat lengths out from the portages. And I think they might have secured their fourth position by that.
So here we go, up to the top turn. Tom Daniels from Longridge will be looking nervously on. As his two athletes are so close. They've got gold or silver, I'm pretty sure of that, even if the second Hungarian crew close the gap. I would fancy Great Britain's chances more if the run-in is long and fast rather than just left to the last minute, but I haven't seen them training. So second Hungarian crew is back in contact just about. I think they're fairly irrelevant to the end decision here.
They're all three together again now.
Such a big gap to the second group now that there's just no way that's ever going to close. Doesn't matter what happens in the front group now, unless of course they're swimming. The internet thinks that Great Britain are going to be second. I'm going to disagree. I think if the sprint in is long enough, this could go Great Britain's way. But in the meantime,
it's Petro and Varga approaching the gold medal, the finish line for the gold medal in men's C2. Having done a great race, leading from start to finish.
K2's just around the top turn now. Petro still leads from Gregory and Harding.
Just 50 meters more to go now for Petro and Varga. So another gold medal for Daniel Laksho and Tamas Bako. So the gold is to Hungary by Daniel Laksho and Tamas Bako. Another gold medal to Hungary in the C2 category, and they are marvelous, they are great, and they have a big depth in their racing. In
K2, 300 meters to go now. Petro leads. Adossi and Mayer have come up their left-hand side. It's evens between Great Britain and the second
The
Hungarian crew.
silver medal is to Hungary by Zoltán Kosnovsky and Balázs Adolf.
Petro leads from Harding Gregory. Second Hungarian crew back on equal terms. Harding Gregory, here we go. It's starting off. It was Harding who instigated this. Petro goes. Second Hungarian crew goes with them. It's going to be very, very tight. Looks like Petro's got it at the moment. Second Hungarian crew, they're out. They're done, I think, now. They're falling back on the wash. So it's down to Hungary versus Great Britain. It's going to be close. Petro moving across to the right to stop the progress of the Great Britain crew. Great Britain making no gains at all. They're just falling back on the wash. It's going to be Hungary. It's Hungary from Great Britain. Petro regains the title he won a year ago. Harding and Gregory second, one up from last year. Hungary in third with Adossi and Meyer. A great finish there. Job well done from all three teams. I'm wrong again with my prediction.
And you should go and do the interview
I'll try
now.
and go and find an interview down there.
Absolutely so.
I'll be back with you in a bit.
So Ivan is running to do the interviews while we have the Portuguese crew finishing as bronze medalists in C2. Sergio Marcial and Marco Apura, bronze medalists C2 junior men. And Portugal, Nuno Cruz and Luis Ferreira managed to pass South Africa on the last 1,000 meters and finish just before the South African crew of Louis Jean van der Westhuizen. And Mark Keeling. Jean van der Westhuizen, who won this race back in 2014 in Oklahoma. Now, fifth position. Bit of disappointment, probably. Finishing here is Argentina. Joaquin Ranedo and Augustin Rodriguez. Finishing sixth. Patrik Piotrowicz and Mateusz Szybula from Poland. Finishing fourth, men C2. Czech Republic. Jakub Stejskal and Martin Sobisek finishing seventh, men K2. Finishing eighth is Argentina. The Malaval brothers, Matias Malaval and Shakin Malaval, Argentina. Finishing fifth in men C2 is Germany.
Yep. Luke? Where's Magnus?
Arvid Heine and Jonas Mårde. They were second at the Europeans, so maybe a little bit of disappointment for them here. Arvid Heine and Jonas Mårde. Emil Christensen and Rasmus Lind from Denmark. Finishing 9th. And a good in sprint on the 10th and 11th position, I think it is, between Carl Finn Hansen and Rasmus Madsen from Denmark, and Stefano Sani and David Vianoli from Italy. Then Ukraine.
Okay, so I'm stood here with Luke Harding and Magnus Gregory from Great Britain. Just finished second in the Junior Men's K2 Marathon World Championships. Great race to watch, guys. Obviously, first would have been beautiful. Was there any time you thought you could get first?
Yeah, definitely. Leading out of the last portage, we felt pretty fresh, didn't we? Before we just rest on the wash, make sure we didn't tire ourselves out any more than we needed to. And I thought we were pretty fresh as well, but we just didn't have enough to beat them at the end.
It's really hard to come over the wave at the end, so I thought we did quite well to manage to hold off the other Hungarian crew. I'm quite happy with how it went at the end.
It's really cool. It broke away to 3 fairly early on. The other group kept coming back. Was that annoying you, or did you know you were safe in that first 3?
I had quite a few looks back. I knew they were working pretty hard to catch us up again, so I wasn't too worried about if they did, but I knew the Hungarians were pretty good workers, just trying to, as you say, Ivan, self-preservation is a must. I tried to do that as much as I could, just not worry about things.
It was a great race for you after yesterday. Yesterday was pretty tough, and to come back and get a medal today, your club, your coaches, your parents, I know will be very proud of you. It was really fun watching you today. Thanks ever so much, and I'm sure we'll see you back here again next year and the year after and so on. Well done, guys.
Cheers, Ivan. Appreciate it.
That's fine.
Silver medalists interviewed by Ivan Lawler, Gregory Harding and Harding from Great Britain. And we are about to finish up this morning session.
I need a camera.
And we will be back 11:15 again for K2 women and C2 men. 2 very exciting races over 26.1 kilometers in quite excellent conditions here on Regatta Stadion in Brandenburg. Thanks a lot for joining us and following us this morning. And
maybe we'll
back
find another.
11:15.
I'll try and find another interview. Eric, is he maybe gone? Nobody wants to come for an interview. I take it personally, man. What can I do? So another morning's great racing, with a lot more to come. A couple of swimmers there, Garcia and Canoe from France, from Spain, sorry. So I'm out of breath, having come back up to the commentary box. Running over the portage now. K2 from Romania, Laru and Sabu. Romanians with such a strong kayaking tradition, going way back to the 70s and beyond, but it's not their day out here today. They've still got their small lap to go. So if you're watching on the live feed, now's the time for a cup of tea and a cake. And we'll be back for the women's K2. And who would bet against Renata Che in that one? Certainly not me. And in the men's C2, should be a good race. And then after that session, of course, the final race of the day, K2 men's. Across the line now, though, 4:08. With Santiago and Mourinho from Spain. They're going to be closely followed by a couple of K2s. It's going to be Karas and Franca from Slovenia, and the Australians, Nguanti and Matthew Graves. So I think just 2 boats left out on the course now. 315 there. Bridek and Morawski from Poland just finishing, leaving just one crew out. It's the Romanians, Salbu and Alaru from Romania out there with 300 meters to go. And then we can all have a cup of tea and a biscuit while we wait for session 2. Prelims start at 11:15. Women's race starts at 11:30. And all the big players that we're used to seeing, plus a couple of outsiders or non-regulars, put it that way, are also going to be there. And it's going to be a very, very good race. Saubel and Alaru, a couple of 100 meters to go now. They've got their time in front of camera. A country like Romania, Stefan, with such a huge kayaking tradition, you know, no disrespect to these guys, but you know there's paddlers at home that could beat these guys in this race. Is that just the total sprint focus and Olympic focus that a country like that has, and these guys are total outliers, or what do you think happens there?
They just picked the boat up and dumped him on the pontoon. It's not like there's a shortage of space for two boats to come in there.
No, there's surprisingly quite a lot of contact in the C2 Portages.
Yeah.
I think just
you could just make it the whole C2 race on that pontoon.
Yeah, mainly based on lack of experience, I think.
Yeah, just step into somebody else's boat to get across the
Yeah.
The Portuguese just literally picked the boat up and dumped the guy onto the ground. And that's when the camera attached to it.
23 Hungarians. All good?
Okay, it's 10 more minutes.
Okay.
Sorry, 10, 15. 15, yes. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I mean. A different partner, but she's not doing it for fun, I'm guessing. So she's just been she was in the K4 for the games, wasn't she?
Yeah.
Definitely.
I have it over here. Yeah. There were 60.
That's pretty bad, I thought. We were one worse than that.
Okay.
I thought, because they've got the new Emma Jorgensen, she's in there as well, isn't she? I thought maybe they'd do a little bit better. behind you. Unlucky the timing of the two finishes in that one, wasn't it? Sorry? The timing of the two finishes, the C2 finishing just as the K2 race kicked off. Actually, the K2s overtook all but two with the C2, so you might as well start the C2s off 5 minutes in front of the K2s, or overtake them anyway. I guess it's more thinned out towards the end of it.
We'll start them immediately after.
Yeah, maybe.
And this who won yet last year?
K2.
Did you?
Yeah. Then Ferrari. I think comes Kova. It's Kova, he's taking Campos on. Stroke by stroke, he's going past him. And he's gone past him like he's standing still.
What a race! What a race!
Be calm, Gegen. Be calm, be calm, be calm. The Hungarians are away.
South Africans are away, side by side.
Hungary going on, there's stress going on. It's a bad view and you feel rough.
This is fantastic! It will be Hungary! It will be Hungary! We will be winning this! Hungary's coming back!
Hungary! It's Hungary all the way!
Hungary!
Oh my word!
Wow!
Oh my word!
What a
I
race!
cannot believe that!
Oh.
Feel every moment of this. Look at that. That's going to be tears. It's going to be laughing. As we talk about that time, Reece Clark running.
Gold medalist Hank McGregor, South Africa!
It's in your hands. You can make it better, same as we can make it better. Love your sport, stick to what you know, and do what you love doing.
Welcome back to the midday session of the final day of the 2016 Canoe Marathon World Championships here on Regattastrecke BC in Brandenburg, Germany. This afternoon we will have K2 and C2, K2 women and C2 men on the course, and it will be exciting racing.
K2 women especially, I mean, it's very hard. Oh, sorry. There's a schoolboy error right there for getting your microphone for an interview. So it's very hard to bet against Renata Zay and Alexandra Barra. They've won so many times. But interestingly, they have been beaten once in recent history, and that was by one of the women out here today, Henriette Engel Hansen from Denmark. Different partner back then, but she's out today with Bolette Nijvang, and she is the only person to beat Renata Zay in recent history.
Exactly so, and Renata Zay together with Farkashti won 2011, 2012 and many other races in the history as well. 2013 Renata shifted partner and is now since then pairing with Alexandra Barra. And they had a silver medal in their first attempt, 2013, but they won 2014 and 15 last year. They also won this year's European Championship with over 3 minutes actually to Lenka Krokova and Anna Kosciuszko.
To be fair, Stefan, you wouldn't be complaining too much if Renata Zay decides that you're the one she's going to paddle with in these races. You're always in with a good shout. But they did win the Europeans by a long way, but it's not all easy. I mean, Kosciuszko wasn't going well at the Europeans. She'd only just come back from her sprint season. She travelled the day before the event. I think they'll be better. They usually come second in this event. I don't think they're going to have it all their own way. You've got the Sakali sisters, third last year. We've got Sarah Anna Mihalik, who was second in the under-23 women's K1 earlier this weekend. She's really good. They're out there too as Hungary too. You've got Broughton and Lampf. Painfully, they come fourth nearly every time they race, but they're in with a shout. And you can't write off the South Africans, Jenna Ward and K2 Portage, under-23 and junior. But nor can you write off Lise Brooks and Hermione Peters. I've been really impressed by the Belgians this weekend.
Absolutely so, and I think it's time for the Cicali sisters from Italy this year. They were third last year in Györ, and they have done a lot of marathon racing together over the years. So let's hear what Susanna Cicali has to tell us about their coming race.
I'm Susanna Cicali, I'm from Italy. I will do K2 with my sister in the senior K2. I would love to do the best. We are here for win or for do the best. I like here, I like the Portage because it's very long. There are the Hungarian girls that are the best for now. The English girls, the Czech Republic girls, and another K2 that I never seen in my race is the Danish, Ariette. She comes from Rio, so would be fun.
Very encouraging from Susanna Cicali, Stefania Cicali. Susanna it was. I never keep track of these two sisters, Susanna Cicali. But we also have C2 men on the course this afternoon, and that have been over the years Covedoce contesting Campos Sanchez from Spain and Ramon Farro and Oscar Grana also from Spain.
Yeah, you have to go back a couple of years now until the Spanish had the upper hand. They won in Copenhagen and they won in Rome, but ever since then it's been Kova and Doce.
But on the other hand, in the Europeans, in June this summer, we had Campos and Sanchez winning the gold medals with the Grana and the Ferro on second position, and the Hungarians had a bronze medal.
I think the margins are so fine. I mean, we watched the C1 yesterday, and you can see it looks very much a game of cat and mouse. It's very much a tactical game. They said the speed was high as well. There's so little to choose between these six guys, but they're not the only six in it either. You've got Barros in there, who was third in the C1, paddling with Lacerda again. You know, maybe they're up there, and you've got a second Hungarian crew with Ben Story. We've seen him do well in the past in major championships with Zoltán Kolskár.
Yeah, the Portuguese guys could be there. They did well, both of them, yesterday. So, and they have been training quite a lot together. So they might have the opportunity to get a medal also them this afternoon. The conditions for this afternoon seems quite good.
I think very good. We saw this morning the boats being pumped out of water as they were coming back down the course. I think the waves are bigger at the top where the lake opens out a little bit, but it definitely looks lighter down this end of the course, doesn't it? The waves are smaller, sun's still out, it's a beautiful sunny day. I think the conditions won't be a massive factor in the racing this afternoon.
So let's have a look at the course then.
Same as it has been all weekend. Start line, that's where we're positioned in our commentary box. 2,000 metres up a buoyed regatta course. Turn at the end, straight back down. On the first lap, there's no portage, it's straight back round. For a subsequent lap, and this afternoon, we've got 7 laps for the C2 men and 7 laps for the K2 women. On each of the next 6 laps then, they go through the portage. Very straightforward portage, landing stages, slight ramp up, run in front of the 2 grandstands there, ramp down into the water, and then on the final lap, straight back to the 500 metres and back. And we saw in the men's K1 yesterday and the junior K2 now, just this morning, that last 1,000 metre lap can be very, very tense indeed. So,
very much so, and it's quite a challenging portage as well, and more challenging to the youngsters, all the crews that are here to learn and just to have fun. And we have, as always, met one of them, and this time Moe Moroyama from Japan.
My name is Komoda Haruka, and I will be participating in the K2 Women. As a K2 pair boat, we want to pass at least one more boat in front of us and do it the fastest we can. I'm usually a sprint athlete, and this is the first time that we're participating as a marathon competition, but we've been trying to extend our distance, so we've been trying to paddle for longer periods of time.
So with this happy face on our minds, we will start focusing the upcoming start, K2 women, within a couple of minutes.
So just to the right of your picture, just out of sight, all the K2 women are warming up. They get called back past the start line at about this sort of time. Begin to line up, attempt to get in number order. We've seen some of the other competitors struggle with numbers earlier in the weekend. Start line fairly even. On this one, on the near side, we've got the South Africans, 3 up from the bottom of your picture. Jenna Ward, K2 Portage, and they're next to Lise Brooks, Hermione Peters. Belgians have performed so well in the women's races this weekend. Next to them, Penelope Young, Rika Abraham. Rika, of course, the niece of Attila Abraham, Olympic gold medalist. She's moved out to Australia now and is coaching some of the youngsters who we saw competing earlier in the weekend in Melbourne. And then there's 2 big crews to the right of them, Lizzie Broughton, Faye Lampf, always there or thereabouts. But next to them, 608, Renata Zay, Alexandra Barra. It's so hard to bet against them. But if anyone's going to do damage, it's 610, Henriette Engel-Hansen, Balette Nijvang. I don't know much of Balette Nijvang's history, so maybe one of the Danish guys can fill me in on that, but Henriette Engel-Hansen is the only one to break the continued series of wins by Renata Zay, and be sure that Renata Zay will know that. And she'll be keeping an eye on the Danes in this. On the far side then, in the far 5 crews, you've got Koziskova and Herchova, the Sakali sisters, and the under-23 silver medalist Sarah Mihalik, paddling with Sofia Gixi from Hungary. There's the Sakali sisters in the yellow boat in the center of your picture. Got Spain 1 and Spain 2 drawn in lanes 1 and 2. Which seems slightly less than random. They say some of these draws are random, others they seed the fast paddlers or the paddlers with World Championship history in the middle. Certainly Zay and Barra are towards the middle of this field, but the other medalists are stuck towards the outside. As they all come up to the start line, Belgians pretty much the last to arrive. In the white boat, 4 up from the top. From the bottom, rather, of your picture. 602 there, the Spaniards, Villachi and Fernandez. 601, Barrios, Figueras. They'll be in the running, at least for a few laps, I think. Purchase and Ward. Broughton and Lampf there, in the black boat. And Renata Zay, pretty much a terrible start for her as far as she's concerned, but it's the Danish crew, Hansen and Nijvang, and the Belgians, Brooks and Peters, who are taking this out. Zay is running across to Brooks and Peters. She sees them as her ticket to the front. And the Hungarians certainly not having it all their way. On the far side, Gixi and Mihalik. We saw her in the under-23s earlier this weekend. And now Zay just squeezes up on the Belgians and hits the front of this race. Sam Rees-Clark and Alex Lane there, doing beautifully to sit with the Hungarians. Sam Rees-Clark, of course, third in Oklahoma with Amy Ward, both from Elmbridge Canoe Club in Great Britain. Alex Lane from Longridge, where we've just seen the two boys get a silver medal in the K2 juniors. But there's Renata Zay and Alexandra Barra. Broughton and Lampf hanging in on there. This first part of the race is one of the toughest bits for them. But the Belgians looking so, so cool. To the left of the yellow boat. This is going to be some race when these two groups come together, and they're in no rush to do that by the look of it. On the far side also is going to be Anderson and Seeger. That's the third crew at the top of your picture from Sweden. But now that group on the right need to have a look to their left because they're a good length down and they need to be coming across. In fact, it's Zay that's headed out towards the right-hand side, but it's going to be very tight for that right-hand group. They're not going to make it to the front of this, which is great news. No, here we go. They're going to make the effort now, and it's going to be Broughton and Lampf that get squeezed out, but only into the V-wash, and they won't be too upset about that. No, it's the South Africans now, Purchase and Ward, who are to the right of Renata Zay. So Broughton and Lampf must already be in the V, and if this squeezes badly, they're going to rely heavily on Purchase and Ward holding off those Hungarians, which they have done. So Broughton and Lampf, South Africa, at least one drink at the party after the race tonight. But it's not over yet. The Hungarians have got the better of it. Purchase and Ward slip back into the diamond or the V, depending which country you come from. And Barra and Zay lead out as we go back to the start of the C2. 3 up from the bottom of your picture in the white boat, Kova and Doce. 2 up from them, Campos and Sanchez in the red and yellow boat. On the far side, 660, Ferro and Grana. We're just going to see them there in the white boat. Portuguese there, Russians there, Hungarians. So we saw Dory with a little ponytail thingy going on there. A lot of headscarf action in the Russian boat. Apparently the ponytail thingy is called a man bun. Got that from one of the hairstyling gurus in the South African organisation. He knows a man bun when he sees it. Away they go. And it is Dory and Kolskar. Spanish coming together with Kova and Doce there. This will all iron itself out in time on the far side. We've also got the Ukraine, Shapoval and Levchenko, often there for the early stages. Traditionally, they fade later on. But that's Dory and Kolskar leading out. You've got the Russians, you've got the Spanish. To the right, Poland there. Portugal with them. It's Hungary, Spain, Ferret and Grano just to the right.
Kova and Doce.
Hungarians.
And Kova and Doce is choosing a more straightforward course. All alone there on the left-hand side. And now the both Hungarians, as we saw in the ladies' race, are approaching each other.
And here we go, back to the ladies' race. Hungary, Belgium and South Africa. Speed looks high.
It is high. We have seen Renate so many times setting up a high speed in K2 racing. They know they are able to just keep going.
Certainly from the shot we're getting on screen there, it looks like these are the only 4 boats in contention at the moment.
Will be very interesting to see Jenna Ward and K2 Portage here, both youngsters. Jenna Ward born 1993 and K2 Portage 1998. They have done well, both of them, in this event previously in K1, and here they are. These girls from Durban, training in the Max squad there.
There's certainly no overlap from any chasing group there. And this group looked like they were away. No sign of the Danes. They were fast away from the start, but no longer in the picture, at least for now. But the Belgians, we picked them out as one of our quality crews. And so far, here's the chase group being led by those Danes. Great Britain either side of them. Sweden tucked in the back. On the far side, the Czechs with Koziskova and Hrchova. Koziskova's not had a great championship so far. And Spain, 6:02, making up the numbers in that group. That's Villaci and Fernandez. So this is the chasing pack. It's hard to see who in there has got the strength to close down Renate Zay and Alexandra Barra.
Already at the top turn there.
And already a little gap opening up between them and the other 2 crews. It could be a significant gap because we've seen them go very early in these races before.
And it's South Africa that tried to close the gap now, but Belgium is also well there. Second group is not far behind.
Altogether, Belgium's just a little bit of work to do. But I think they'll probably survive this. Not sure what the Belgians are doing. Maybe.
Where is Italy?
There go the other Hungarians. I think they've seen the Belgians might be in trouble. And we saw in the K1 under 23s how willing Sarah Mihalik was to do some work. She did an awful lot of the leading on the first couple of laps, with Van der Kisley just sitting with her, and looks like she's prepared to do the same today. So down to 3 in the front group, at least on screen. We've lost touch with where the Belgians are. So Hungary, and South Africa. Now, in the K1 under 23, Stefan, we saw Jenna Ward in 3rd place for so much of that race. And then it was the Belgian who took her on the line. It was Peters. And if the South Africans fall off these Hungarians at some stage, Jenna Ward's going to have that in the back of her mind, that it's the hunting horns from Belgium that are hunting her down, and it's going to be a tough time. She needs to stay with these Hungarians for as long as she can and open up that gap to make it as big as possible.
Yeah, as you said, in that race, she probably went on a little bit too hard, did a little bit too much to keep up with the flying ones in front of her, and got totally stiff and full of lactic acid, and didn't have much to put on when Peters came. Here's the Belgians, looking pretty cool. They know it's a long race.
The front of the Seaboat race, Granat and Ferro there. The Polish, and it's Dory and Kolskar. Kova and Doce not there at this stage, which is a bit of a surprise. Nor is Campos and Sanchez.
Interesting.
So Poland.
Oh, a bit of a crash there. Difficult, obviously difficult to turn. The sea opens up a little bit up there. It's a bit rough, a bit strong wind.
It's Bourgil and Zukora from Poland. They're always there or thereabouts in this race, but not usually, finding themselves at the very sharp end. Poland, the next boat. Kova and Doce just coming around the buoy at the top of your picture. The other Spaniards behind them. It's a really strange looking race, this one. It isn't panning out to form, at least for now.
This will be interesting. I think this will change over the long distance quite a lot.
For now, at least, it's Bourgil and Zukora. Their teammates.
Zukora that had a very good first stage of the race yesterday, C1 race yesterday, but lost some ground in the far end.
The Hungarians, Dory and Kolskar following them, Granat and Ferro following them, but this is back to the K2s, and it's Sarah Mihalik and Sofia Gixi. Very happy to take this on. They look very intent on opening up a gap between them and the chasers. Barrett and Zay looking supremely relaxed there. And the South Africans making the most of it. So they're about 300 metres now from the bottom turn where we're sat.
And in the second group behind there is Kososkova and Lenka Krochova. And
I think they're with the two British
crews.
team,
yeah, the two British crews. And Italy is in the third group there, together with Sweden.
And Denmark with them as well. But for now, at least, South Africa are sitting pretty with the two Hungarian crews. The Belgians are going to be caught by Rachova and Koziskova, with the two Great Britain crews catching the Czechoslovakian bus up the field. The South Africans just dropping back a little onto the wash of the Hungarians, onto the tail. It's looking a little bit shaky for the South Africans there. They're going to find themselves with a little bit of work to do after this turn. And there go the Hungarians. And this is going to do some damage, I think. No, the South Africans look safe. They look settled next to Barrett and Zay. They're going to survive this. And that is really encouraging for the South African team. That was a serious attempt. And they've survived.
Very encouraging for them. The speed was very high for a moment there.
On goes Zay now. South Africans have dropped round the back. Could have dropped round a bit quicker. You see they've lost half a length on Zay. That's one more wave than they had to climb. There they're climbing the wave with the bow up in the air.
Very nicely done.
Now they've dropped down again. Safe, settled. Impressed by the South African crew there. The Hungarians tried something. In the C2, not quite what we were expecting in the C2, but for the moment it's Zukora and Borgil leading from Kolsar and Dory, and the one crew that we did have named as one of our favourites, 660 there, Ferro and Grana. Last time they won was Copenhagen. Ever since then, it's been the Hungarians who've taken them. But the Hungarians there, looking like they're behind the chasing group even. There they are at the back of that group of 5. And really not looking very comfortable at all. And where's the second Spanish crew? They're also at the back of that group.
Yeah.
So 2 of the main contenders at the back of that chasing group of 5, there they are right there, both together.
Probably racing each other, as they are used to.
This could be fun if they start to come through later in the race. But at the moment, it's not looking like they will. But these races can change.
The blue dress there is Jakob Resina and Wojtek Ruszo from Czech Republic on the fourth position. The top 3, Shushora and Borgil from Poland.
They're really going for it, Stefan. Yeah. We can see them directly out the window here, and they're pushing on.
Very well coordinated.
We saw a little bit of contact at the top turn. 3 C2s all together around a turn. Isn't the easiest thing to manage.
And 4th is Poland with Patryk Lusa and Szymon Kostensky. Just before Jakob Resina and Wojtek Ruszo from Czech Republic. And then follows Pavel Petrov and Vladimir Fedosenko from Russia.
So it's the Spanish who are struggling around the top turn for direction. The Poles just seem so well organised today. We've only been doing the commentary for a couple of years now on this, but I haven't seen the Poles this strong after a whole lap before. In fact, I haven't seen a C2 race without any of those big 3 in the lead. 3.
No, for many years.
So this is a little bit of a change in world order, at least for now. So Borgil and Zukora, for the time being, looking very, very strong indeed. Behind them, the Spaniards, they've just caught up. Grano and Ferrer. So there, they were second. Granite and Ferro last year. And they must be quite pleased and maybe a little bit surprised, well, almost certainly very surprised that they're not being hunted down by either of the other two big names in this race. But now it seems that the other Spanish crew are starting to make a move through the field. They're closing up to the second set of Polish and the Czechs. They're coming out to the left now to go around them. You can't see it on screen, but it's very clear to see from the commentary that Spain too is beginning to make a move and will soon be, I think, the lead chaser.
They might have just competed each other. Now we can see Cover and Dolce really making move there. They are now, they fear that the three in top will continue to increase this gap, and they don't like it much. Back to the ladies. Still the three in top.
And the relentless pace being set by Say and Barra. They do look like they're all working pretty hard there.
Gianna Ward and K2 Portage. K2 Portage, that is a junior. She did the senior race also last year as a first-year junior. They're competing in the senior category already then. And now she's there with Gianna Ward that did so well in the under 23. And you can see now that it's quite rough up there to turn, but the lake is open up a little bit.
See the waves just beginning to break a little bit up that end of the course. A little bit uncomfortable in a K2, Stefan. We've all been in K2s that have a lean.
Yeah.
And the last thing you need when you've got a lean in a K2 is a wind coming slightly from one side. So I'm sure there's some people out there cursing the wind direction today. I was very lucky in my K2, Stefan. I never had a lean, just all my partners did. But here's the chase group. Still Horachova and Ksiskova. Two Great Britain crews. Sam Rees-Clark tucked neatly in the back, and they've caught the Belgians. Peters and Brooks. It's a decent chase pack, but I'm not sure it's got enough muscle in that chase pack to close down the Hungarians. So three round the top. And three looking comfortable, but the work rate is high. Could be that the South Africans are taking the lead here. Taking it to the Hungarians. Good on them. Second group a long way behind now. That gap is not going to close. I think these two have seen that they can make that gap big enough. They could be sorted for a medal. Things aren't easy in this group either, though. The work rate's very high here. Kaziskura in the front of that lead K2 is working hard. You can see the stroke rate from the Great Britain crew on their right. Great Britain crew looking a little bit ragged on the right-hand side there. Sam Rees-Clark, Alex Lane tucked neatly in the back. Looking good for now. A little bit of a hastily put together crew. Sam Rees-Clark and Alex Lane. They both raced in the under-23 K1 and decided they may as well race K2, seeing as they're here. And it seems to be going well so far for them.
They did pretty well already last year, finishing fifth position, Jenna Ward and K2 Portage already last year.
Certainly looks at this stage like they're going to improve on that. And the C2 on the other side there, lead 3 unchanged, but now it's the other Spanish crew of Campos and Sanchez leading the chase with Kova and Doce on their side. Here goes Renata Zay. I think Purchase and Ward, they need to lead fairly hard like they just did, but they've got to balance that with knowing that whatever happens, they don't want to end up on their own if these Hungarians have got enough speed to leave them behind. Judging from the bottom turn last time we saw them, South Africans look safe to me, but how many times, Stefan, have we seen just one Portage and Zay is gone? It's definitely a game of caution for the Africans here.
Back to the C2 then.
It's Dory and Kosgar leading now. From the Poles, Borgil and Zukora, and Granat and Ferro tracking them all the way.
Granat and Ferro, very, very experienced, born 1978 and 1976, have been paddling on the top of the world C2 racing for a decade.
That seems quite common in the sea boats. You remember, was it Petivari, the Hungarian?
Yeah, Kolosvari, Petivari.
Yeah, I mean, they won seemingly forever.
Yeah.
In our generation, and now Granat and Ferro doing exactly the same.
So around the bottom turn for the second time. On the second lap is the leading 3 boats in the sea.
So again, Borgil and Zukora push the pace in what has to be the most interesting C2 race we've seen in a long, long time. Looking a little bit tidy around the top turn this time. Just looks like the Spanish struggle that little bit, being on the outside of the group. But Borgil, Zukora, it seems, have raised their game considerably since we last saw them.
Only 150 meters or so to the first portage for the ladies K2, and this will be decisive. Now we'll see if Renate Shea, Alexandra Bara do as they are used to. Just go for it at the first portage and see if anyone will follow. The hunting party, Czech Republic, Krochova and Kosiskova, and the 2 British teams and Belgium. I think they are 40 seconds or so behind now, or a little bit more actually.
The gap is a big, big gap. It'll only be closed if one falls off that front group, then they'd be vulnerable to attack from behind. But for now, this seems all very well organised in that front group.
All of them into the same side of the pontoon.
Hungarians out, no particular rush there.
South Africans did a very organized
Nice and
Portage.
tidy. Second Hungarian struggling a little bit with their coordination there. Certainly the South Africans aren't going to be dropped on this portage. And of those two crews, they look like they're running.
Second Hungarian crew stopped to empty their boat. They lost some ground there. Are running as fast as their legs can carry them now to try to close the gap.
South Africans getting a lot of support from their teammates in the stand, and it's Hungary from South Africa. From Hungary, I think they're all going to leave pretty much together. Second Hungarians, maybe a gap of 2 or 3 lengths. I don't think that'll be enough. Renate pretty slow, well, very slow to be fair, away from the pontoon, but the Africans are taking it on, and they're going to try and at least do some damage, put in some work to those second Hungarians, and that is a great move. I'm not sure if Zay is moving up just to slow this down, or whether Zay is also going to try and do some damage to her teammates. But
looks like she's going pretty fast now.
I don't think the group's going to break up, but certainly Hungary 2 are doing some work there. There's Group 2 with Hrachova and Kaziskova. They're in now. Great Britain 1 and 2 both sat down, both away. They've got a bit of work to do to catch the Czechs. The Czechs are going hard out that portage, and it's Great Britain with Broughton and Lampf who are going to close them down. Sam Rees-Clark, Alex Lane chasing them down, and that's quite a stressful group. Peters and Brooks also just tagging on the back, and it's possible that the Czechs could be away and clear from that second group. As into the portage come Norway, Australia with Rika Abraham in the back there.
And in the top group, the gap hasn't closed. It's still Che and Barra in top, and South Africa following.
Yep, there it is on screen. The South Africans are safe, but the second Hungarian crew has got that same 3-length gap that it had at the turn, and Renate Zay is in no mood for waiting. So this could be interesting now. The second group also still apart. Broughton and Lampf now putting in a really sustained effort to close down the Czechs, and I think they're going to do it. I think that gap will close. Could be 2 and 2 now, the chasing pack.
And it seems like the gap in the top is increasing actually. Sofia Sikci and Sara Mikhailik is not closing the gap. They lost everything on that stop to emptying their boat on the pontoon at the first portage, and they are losing ground now. So it's South Africa and it's Hungary in top.
I think they're losing ground fairly quickly as well now, Stefan. I think they've made their effort, they failed, now they're having to regroup, and that will give a lot of encouragement to the 4 crews behind.
Absolutely so. It was 40 seconds here at the portage, and I think it's a little bit more now actually. But
meanwhile,
going alone there,
the
it will be a
C2s
hard work for
coming into the portage. You can see how much the Hungarians are struggling for direction. It's Grana and Ferro leading in from the Polish, Borgil and Zukora, and it's Hungary, Ben Story and Zoltan Kolskar struggling directionally behind them. And just behind the Chase 2 now are the 2 we'd expect, but they're separate. It's Campos and Sanchez have pulled a couple of lengths on Kova and Doce, and this, I don't think, is going to be Kova's day today. All the boats coming to the same side of the pontoon. The Spanish are up and away. Now they could, at this point, leave the field. I think in the back of the boat, he had a little look back. Oh, they're going for a drink, but they know that this could be it. Now there's a surprise running just ahead of the C2 is the Danish K2 that we thought might be in the mix for the women's race. Nivang and Hansen really just making up the numbers in the women's K2 field now. No break has been made in the C2. Everyone back together. A small advantage the Spaniards had at the beginning of the portage is gone. They lost that coming through the drinks lane. But they're in and they're away. Just one length ahead of the Poles. And another length back to the Hungarians.
19 seconds behind are Sanchez and Campos.
Sanchez and Campos. It's going to be less than 19 seconds after the portage. They are on the move. And here, Kova and Doce having all sorts of problems leaving the landing stage. They do not look like world champions at this stage. But the gaps aren't huge. Czech Republic and the Polish and the Russians also just behind. The race is not over yet. Looking up the course, it's just two boats in the women's K2, Hungary and South Africa.
And the gap seems to be 50 meters or so to the second Hungarian crew there. Sofia Gigci and Sara Mikhailik.
So the South Africans doing their share. You know what, as good as Renata Zay is in the front of that K2, I don't like the way Barra paddles.
They are completing each other quite well. But, it's not the traditional smooth and running Hungarian technique.
No, it's not. Through the portage come the Ukrainian C2. Bit of emptying out for the Germans at the far end. They're going to be chased in by the Russians. So Germany there, Müller and Gebhardt, and they're followed into the portage by the Russians, who are still stood emptying the boat out. They're emptying your boat out, Stefan. They stand still and they empty the boat out. At least while you're turning it over, be walking, surely. At least cover some distance.
Yeah. It's also a part of the marathon training, actually, to be able to empty the boat running.
Well, yeah, while you're moving. Even if it is walking, at least you've covered one length of a boat while you empty it out. Seems crazy just to stand still at any stage.
It used to be possible to put it on the shoulder and turn it a bit and emptying it while running. Requires some training, of course. And watch this. It's really impressive. Jenna Ward and K2 Portage, the youngsters from South Africa, is pressing on.
They're not just there hanging on, Stefan.
No.
They're there contributing to this race now.
Absolutely so. Both very endurant, both from Durban, training in the Blue Lagoon in the Max squad. Both doing river racing and surf ski. K2 Portage, still a junior, born 1998, and Jenna Ward 1993.
And this boat beginning to look a little, oh my word, now there's, I don't know, what is that? Oh, it's a globe on top of a Smurf. Or, I don't know, you can't beat
German ants.
A good mascot, which is a shame. So, I think the South Africans are giving the Hungarians something to think about here.
Absolutely so. I think Jenna is quite pleased to give some distance to the second Hungarian crew. She don't want to suffer the same fate as in her K1 race.
And she's not going to, Stefan.
No.
The Hungarians aren't going to outrun them. South Africans were very clean through the portage.
They are used to rough conditions. From
There you go, the Hungarians doing their bit now. There's the second Hungarians. That gap's a lot bigger than it looks on screen. I think you're still looking at a 15, 20 second gap there.
Yeah.
And that gap isn't going to be shrinking.
Downwind once again. How does the waves affect the ability to wash hanging, Ivan?
Really, I mean, the wave of the boat is the wave of the boat. It's still the same shape. But you're better off wash hanging on the sheltered side when it's windy like this. It just makes life a little bit easier. I'm not sure the waves are big enough really to upset you. Although they're in that picture, maybe they are, you know. I think if you're feeling strong, you're not going to notice those waves at all. If you're feeling a little bit fragile or a little bit under pressure, then you're going to start to feel it.
But the benefit of wash hanging is not as big as when it is flat water.
No, it's certainly not as clean, the wave, and there's not as much benefit to be had. But, here's the chase group. They're all back together.
Lenka Krochova and Anna Kosiskova finishing second last year.
These girls,
57 seconds after the winning Alexandra Bara and Renate Che. The third last year was Stefania Chikali and Anna Alberti by then.
Who so far in this race haven't figured at all. And that second group will have their eyes firmly fixed on the back of the Hungarian crew that slipped off the back of these two.
I think it's a very effective K2 technique from Alexandra Bara. The boat is moving in the right way. She's putting in all efforts to come forward as fast as possible. Maybe that's why she's not doing K1. I've never seen it in K1 actually.
No. Oh. Something there then. So away go the South Africans again.
Working very well together, these two now.
I think very much working on keeping the averages high. So somebody online has just put that if Renata wins this race, she's on her 17th gold medal. Well, this will be her 18th, which equals her with her husband Edrin Chabai. And it's game on for that TV remote control back in that house after that. You still wouldn't bet against her, but I know there's a lot of South African hearts out there. And I don't think they're alone either in hoping that K2 Portage and Jenna Ward pull off the seemingly impossible. So Stefan, even if the South Africans aren't quite as fast as the Hungarians, it only takes a small mistake for this to change.
Absolutely so.
Yeah, have we ever seen Zay and Barra under any pressure, apart from Copenhagen when they lost maybe? I don't remember that race.
It was their first attempt.
But Yeah, maybe you can force them into making a mistake. C2's round the top turn, Spanish struggling again. And those Polish are really taking it to the other teams in this race. We should see the next two are the two we'd expect. There you go. And there is Kova and Doce. So, chase on.
Second Hungarian crew, Sofia Gikci and Sara Mikhailik. Leading party now only 150 meters to the Portage.
The second Hungarian crew haven't lost too much ground, and I don't think they lost anything to the chasing pack of 4. But in we come, Portage number 2. Zay taking control, going to the same side of the pontoon as the South Africans. It could be to just disadvantage the South Africans slightly, or it could be just that they like to carry the boat in their right hand.
Still staying together.
I don't think the Hungarians are going to outrun the South Africans anyway, and I think they probably know that.
Also, South Africans are good runners.
There's really no stress. They run underneath us now. No stress on any of those 4 faces. Plenty of room being left. And this is where accidents can happen. Back of the boat needs to go in first. Here's the chasing pair. Not far behind, but too far.
It's 18 seconds.
For a quick closing of the gap, especially as the South Africans are away, up and running, and pulling hard. But not an impossible gap, Stefan.
Not at all, it's just 18 seconds here.
And especially if you move wide on the washes, going against the wind, that gap could close.
Definitely so.
So Hungary 2 in with more of a chance of closing the front than we thought initially. And through the Portage now, Sam Rees-Clark, Alex Lane running beautifully well through there.
55 seconds
with
behind.
Hachova and Kaziskova.
Possible gap either.
Broughton and Lampf and Peters and Brooks. So they're all in cleanly. It's going to be Rees-Clark and Lane away first. Kaziskova second, Belgians third, and Great Britain, Broughton and Lampf fourth away from that Portage, and they've got, what the time, I've missed the time difference there, sorry, but you saw it on screen.
55 seconds. So it's not an impossible gap.
No, it's
either.
not. I'm just questioning who in that group is going to put in the real hard miles.
We know that Lizzie
gap.
Broughton and Faye Lamp is very endurant paddler, and they like high speed over long distance. So both them and Kosiskova and Krochova could help each other to try to close the gap.
It's kind of communicating that organisation of a chase, a sustained chase.
It's quite, they are doing a serious attempt now. Going very fast. Kosiskova and Krochova in top.
It gives you so much encouragement when you see just a single boat in front of you, who you know's been strung out by the lead pair. It's Australia with Abraham and Young.
And Sarah, Hungary on this downstream leg against the wind.
It seems like it is
Spain.
in the hunting party. There is Alexander Lane and Samantha Rees-Clark that is following Prochova and Kosiskova on the right-hand side in a very good way.
So Australia, Norway, Spain.
And Italy.
No
Italy
way.
is on the 13th position. Quite a disappointment for them. Not the best day for the Sukali sisters here today. 3.5 minutes behind.
Yeah, you remember back in Bahrain at the European Championships when they so nearly got the win there.
Yeah.
They were like centimetres away from a win there. And you really thought Endure last year they could maybe crack it with that extra confidence. They didn't. They managed third though, but not this year and not here. And that's Japan just getting in there, K2 now, only just behind that big group. That's the best performance we've seen from the Japanese so far this weekend. They're paddling strongly as we look up the course. And here's the front three, Granite and Ferro, doing the leading now. They're coming into the portage, about 50 metres to go. But behind them, the hunting party begins. Kova and Doce have overhauled Campos and Sanchez, and they are moving through the field. Granite and Ferro, very untidy out their boat, as with Dory and Kolskar. The Poles only just getting out the boat now. It's a messy exit from the water from all three. So as they run through the portage, they've got one of the tail enders, the women's K2 to contend with. But I think they're all on the same side. So it's going to be a little bit tight on the left side of that portage. As they all get in, Spanish away cleanly, the Poles a little bit flustered, trying to push away from the landing stage. The Hungarians getting balked also, so it's Spain away, 2-length gap, and it could be that's all the Spanish need. There's a K2 wash that's going to be hard for the other boats to contend with as well. Hungarians struggling to get out for the first turn buoy. A couple of steering strokes put in there, and the chase party with Kovadoce and Campos and Sanchez
it's just 30 seconds now.
On. The Poles have closed the gap down already. The Poles have been a revelation in this C2 race.
But it's not over yet. It's not an impossible gap. It's just 30 seconds, and the hunt is on.
Come the Czech crew through the portage now. I've had my relationship knowledge corrected by Peter Mate online. Renata Zay's husband is Gabor Kolosvari, that we talked about earlier, not Chabai. So there is no fight over the TV remote. Everything's going to be plain sailing from now on. So apologies to Gabor for that. I just gave your wife away to somebody else. But I'm sure he'll forgive me. So back to the lead three in the C2s are all back together again. There was a small window of opportunity for the Spaniards to make a break there, but it wasn't to be. So all the boats Headed up to the top of the course. At the beginning of the portage, we've got a swimmer in the women's K2. Can't quite see who they are. But here's the lead of that same race, women's K2. And it's as it has been for over a lap now. Hungary and South Africa. They seem to have held the distance on that third crew. Looked for a while like the third crew was closing down a little. It was the Russians that went swimming. They're followed by the German C2 through the portage of Müller and Gebhardt. So both these races thrown up a couple of surprises this afternoon. In the K2, from the sharp end, we've lost our pre-race names of Sakali and Sakali. They're way back down the field. The Danes, Hansen and Nivang, nowhere in this race now. In fact, I haven't seen them come through the portage. Have you, Stefan? Maybe they're not even on the water anymore.
Probably not.
So they're nowhere. Hungarians putting their paddles down. The South Africans take the lead again. But it's just a sharing exercise at this stage. So Purchase and Ward, under 23, and Junior taking on the might of Hungary. So is it possible, Stefan, that Ward and Purchase, ages added together, are still less than Renata? How old is Renata?
39.
39, and we're going to do some maths here in the studio, and we're going to work this one out for you. Stefan's much better with numbers than me, so I'm going to leave that to him. Chase pack now, looks like it could be broken to 3. Rachova and Koziskova doing some damage to the second Great Britain crew. It looks to me like Peters is having trouble steering that white boat. They fell off the lead group earlier, and now it looks like Sam Rees-Clark and Alex Lane have had their day in that chase pack. And the Czechs are moving on. Oh, it was close. The combined age of the South African boat is 41, just 2 years older than Renata Zay. So my next question for you, Stefan, was K2 Portage born when Renata Zay won her first gold medal?
That's a hard one.
So South African still taking it to them. So Renata Zay's first gold medal was 1999 in Hungary. When
K2 Portage was 1 year old.
Oh, 1 year old. It was so close. So close. So you can't beat a bit of trivia. And if you're going down for a pub quiz later on this week, you can chuck that in to your general knowledge bank. So K2 Portage, 1 year old, when Renata Zay won her first World Marathon title, and now here she is, taking it to her, at least for now.
So the leading two boats, about 700 metres to the Portage, and I think that the second Hungarian boat is dropping slightly further back all the time.
And there at the front of the men's C2, still missing two of the big players. It's Grana and Ferro, who I'm sure can't believe the company they've got. All getting a bit tight at the top turn there. Spaniards have been really struggling at that top turn every time. Poles really tidy around there. They're going to, maybe if they can get some clear water to paddle in, they're going to come out of that first. But Granite and Ferro just having a nightmare around the top turn. Hungarians, pretty tidy on the inside. And let's see how far back it is to the chase. Still a significant distance, but there they are. It's Kova and Doce. It's Campos and Sanchez. But these two Poles, Bourgil and Zukora, have really impressed today, as have Purchase and Ward. And we see them coming in for their third portage. Just 50 metres to go, maybe less. Oh, more swimmers. Having a chat with somebody. Is that Sweden, Stefan?
I think so. Where was that? Up at the turning point?
So Zay and Barra out first. Purchase and Ward, no stress, coming in for a drink, a little bit of a speed up. Lee McGregor, very professional drink changes. I was talking with Lee about the drink changes this morning. And along with Melvin Swallow from the Great Britain team, I think they're maybe the best two portage assistants you can have. So in goes Renata Zay, Alexandra Barra, followed by Jenna Ward and K2 Portage. K2 Portage just let go of her paddle a little bit there. And one of those little moments of panic. And away they go, nice and clean.
It is 27 seconds now, the gap, so it increases slightly.
Here we see the chasing pack of three. They dropped Sam Rees-Clark and Alex Lane, but Sam Rees-Clark and Alex Lane run well. And I think if these three girls are slow getting in, it's possible that this gap could close. So 3 through underneath us. Yep, Sam Rees-Clark, Alex Lane are right on their tail now. There they are. They're going to have to get in their boat quickly if they want to leave with these three other girls. So
It's still 55 seconds about from the top
Boat
two,
in.
but they are closing
Feet
in.
Come on, Alex, get in the boat. And away. They've got to latch on to the back of the checks, and they've got to latch on quickly.
They are closing in on the second Hungarian. They are closing in on Sofia Gigshy and Sara Mikhailovic, but the gap to the two in front is exactly the same as it was the previous portage. 55 seconds.
Second Hungarians. She's faffing with her drink over there. She's put her paddles down. If you're faffing with your drink when you're on your own in no man's land, that usually tells me that you're getting a little bit tired and you need a little bit of a breather. And it looks to me like those Hungarians are well in the sights of the chase pack.
Absolutely, and they are now going, the chase pack is now going for the bronze.
Sam Rees-Clark, Alex Lane didn't make that portage stick. They're still just dangling off the back of the group. Broughton and Lamp struggling to hang on to Chova and Koziskova, who are in turn trying to catch up to Peters and Brooks, who really look like a really smooth K2. I'm loving that Belgian K2. That looks really tidy, really smooth, and the others are struggling to close the 2 lengths that the Belgians got at the last portage. And could it be that Peters picks up another bronze medal from behind in this race?
Fantastic. They are doing both sprint and marathon, these Belgian girls. Very good at portages as we saw here. Coming back to this K2 Portage and Renate Che, you know that the first medal Renate Che took was actually in the World Cup, silver with Pitts.
Andrew Pitts, that's a long time back.
Back in 1998, the same year as K2
Portage was born.
So Renate have been racing in top of the world level as long as K2 Portage have been.
Who beat them back then? Just checking on our facts. What year was it, Stefan?
98.
In 98. Let's get back to that. In 1998, at the World Championships in Cape Town. Oh no. Oh, looking at World Cup, sorry. So it would have been.
Come back to that.
So here we come. While I leave Stefan to work that one out. The 3C2's leading, but really now not by far from 2 of the big guns, Cova and Doce, and the second Spanish crew of Campos and Sanchez are now within striking distance of the front of this race.
It was actually in Bombin in France, 1998, and it was Andrea Dalloway and Helen Gilby from Great Britain that
I'm really embarrassed
that
I didn't know that, Stefan, because at that stage Helen Gilby was my girlfriend.
Yeah, I'm embarrassed too. I was there actually. And you were as well, I think.
I was there. I sank on the last lap because the
was
ICF,
very windy,
in their wisdom, held the marathon championships on the national windsurfing lake in France.
Yeah.
What can I say? Seemed like a good idea at the time, maybe. Cova and Doce just beginning to sniff a little bit of hope that they could close down these front 3. There may be 12 seconds down. Campos and Sanchez looking a little bit stretched as well, but there's overlap now. It's going to be a regrouping. They're away. It's just 2 lengths between Cova and Doce, and the other Hungarian crew of Dory and Kolskar, and
They are
it's
together now.
and it's game on in the front. Have you ever seen, after 3 laps, Stefan, 5 C2s fighting it out for 3 medals?
It's a really great race.
It is game on now. Those Spanish can't get around the turns, so they're going to lose more ground. Hungarians beginning to get an overlap on their compatriots now. Beautifully round the turn by Kova and Doce. And now everything to play for. That's Granat and Ferro leading out from Bourgil and Zukora, who did so much damage on the first 2 laps. Behind them now is Dory and Kolskar, and just on their tail is Kova and Doce. So good fun here in the commentary box again today. There's the front 3. Still Kova Doce can't quite get in contact. The Poles seem to be the ones who want to force it on again. And that gap opens just a little bit. Kova Doce coming to the left of the group to run down the washes. Meanwhile, the second Polish crew, there's the picture at the front. Kova Doce just tucking in now behind that lead group. Moving up to the side of their compatriots. It's going to be tough steering out there. But now, who do you bet on from here? I'm going for Kova and Doce from here. It's going to be, look at that. Have you ever seen that?
It's fantastic. It's great racing going on there. And now Spain is going for it. Campos and chances.
We've got a C21 there. I'm not sure where he is on the course, but he's missing something.
It is choppy out there.
It's worse than we thought, Stefan. Either could have been picked off by a giant seabird, carried off. Who knows what happened there?
Hope it's nothing serious.
5 boats, 2 Hungarians, 2 Spanish, and 1 Polish crew just coming up to the Japanese K2 crew. And dare I say it, Stefan, the C2 race at this point is more exciting than the K2 women's race.
Yeah, it is. Both Spanish crews and both Hungarian and Poland all together.
Granat and Ferro, who've been so poor on the turns, find themselves on the outside of the group again. Going up to the top turn. And there come the girls. It's Renata Zay.
And all of them have done more than halfway now. About 15 kilometers out of their 26.
South Africans on the internet have gone a little bit quiet, which I'm surprised about. They really should be getting behind these 2.
It's really rough up there now, where the lake opens up. The wind is strong.
I think the big interest for me in this K2 race now is where is that second Hungarian crew in relation to the chase pack. These 2 are away and clear, and I cannot see that changing. And good information coming through online. At the top turn, it's easier for a C2 to turn towards the front man's blade. So,
that's why it is so difficult for them to turn down here.
So thanks for that, Mike. Just in shot there, Sam Rees-Clark and Alex Lane. They've fallen off the chase pack. It's going to be a long journey for them from here. That's a bit more like it from the South Africans. This is a special paddle from these two girls. And I think they deserve all the support they can get. It's very tough to see what they can do to Renata Zay and Alexandra Barra in terms of giving them a hard time down the last 500 metres. Jenna, just a little look over her shoulder, see where things are. I don't think that's because she's tired. I don't think that's because she's thinking of dropping off anytime soon. I think it's a comfort glance more than anything else, just to confirm that they are safe. So they've got the view back down the course. There's the Hungarians in third place. And here at the front of the C2 race, it looks like all change. It could be Hungary 1, Hungary 2. I'm not sure where everyone else is. Japanese K2 just in the background there. But it's Hungary with Dori and Kolchar ahead of Hungary with Kova and Doce. I think that's Granat and Ferro. Yes, it is. Just on their outside. And there go the South Africans again. That sticker at the front of them boat must be annoying them big time. I hate that sort of thing. A little bit OCD. Some paddlers, might put myself in that group, who knows. But a sticker flapping up like that, I think if I was Jenna, I'd have a little reach forward and take that off. So they're pressing on. The South Africans are a long way ahead of the chase pack. So here we go. There's the Hungarians in third place, being strung out still. And it's Hrachova and Kaziskova and Peters and Brooks, with Broughton and Lampf, I think, really just hanging on to those two. Spaniards in the background throwing their drinks bags into the water. And here at the front of the C2 race, it's all change. It's Hungary from Hungary. So both Hungarians have their bowman on the left-hand side, so it's easier for them to turn than it is for the Spanish, and I think you can see that just by looking. Now we've got that information, it seems so obvious, but you know, how much have Granat and Ferro's hearts sunk now that Kova and Doce are back in front of them? And the Poles, where are the Poles now? They did so much early on, and now it's the usual suspects have made their way to the front.
We now find that the two Hungarian boats are together having gone round that turn.
So Dover, Koche, Dover and Koche, messed that up. Kova and Doce leading the men's C2 now, which is kind of where we would have expected them to be from much earlier on. Sanchez and Campos out to the left of your picture, still struggling, and it looks like after the big coming together in the men's C2 race, it's separating and into the Portage for the fourth time. Women's K2. Nicely done from the South African girls there. A little bit of a regrip for Jenna. Asking for something on the next lap. The Hungarians running strongly.
The second Hungarians aren't far away. It's just to 10 seconds or so.
And it looks like Broughton and Lamp have dropped off the chase 2 of Hrachova and Kosiskova, Peters and Brooks. So in go Renata Zay and Alexandra Barra. With them, Purchase and Ward. Here's the second Hungarians, not far behind now.
13 seconds just.
So Mihalik is on the hunt with her partner, Sofia Gixi. They are right back in the game. A little bit slow away from the landing stage. Well, very slow away from the landing stage. And they've gained, I think it's 7 seconds, was it, on that lap? But even more significant, behind them, Kosiskova is on the charge. Broughton and Lamp, they're out of it now. Peters and Brooks away. Kosiskova away.
They are just a little bit more than 30 seconds behind now, and that is a significant close-in since the previous Portage, where they were 55 seconds behind.
So South African girls much, much tidier over the Portages than the others, and
this
really,
race is still open.
I think the girls were offended when I said the C2 race was more interesting, Stefan.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I think they're giving us a show here now.
They are done 17.7 kilometers now, 18 kilometers where they are now, and out of there 26. So it's still some kilometers to go.
Sam Rees-Clark, Alex Lane find themselves on their own. But opposite us, Peters and Brooks and Hrachova and Kosiskova are moving very, very well. This race is not over.
Absolutely not.
These two on screen look clear. It looks okay for them.
But if any of them start to drop off, it will be, they will soon be caught.
It would be a painful chase down.
Yes.
We've done 5 from 7 on the laps. So 2 big laps, 1 small lap to go, and that's plenty of time for those gaps to close. This is a good race. So here, a bit of a surprise. The Italians, Sicali sisters, come into the Portage with the Norwegians. They wouldn't have expected to be back there at this stage of the race. The Norwegians, Sletjo and Spikland. You can see the strain on the face of the Italians. The motivation isn't there anymore for them. And this is a tough day at the office for those girls. We get an aerial shot of the Norwegians. Italians having to readjust their mindset to a race they weren't expecting to have. And here, I feel a little bit sad for the Poles here, Borgil and Zukora. They gave it their best shot in those early laps. They took it to the rest of the field, but now they're struggling as the main contenders come into the Portage in about 15 seconds time. Here they come. It's Kova and Doce in the middle. Dory and Kolsar to the right, and Grana and Ferro dictating what happens here as they lead into the Portage. Messi again getting out from those two. Hungarians up and away, a little bit cleaner, emptying their boat as they run. That's the way you go. The other Hungarians also, Dory and Kolsar, emptying theirs. And it's a three-boat race now. Kova running strongly. Grana, Ferro did not want Kova as company. They must have thought it was their day. Both Hungarians, all three of these C2s trying to get in on the same side. There's pushing, and second Hungarian crew needs to drop back. Instead, they've chosen to go up. It's going to get a little bit ugly. Spanish away. Yep, there's a little bit of aggro there, and they're all away cleanly. And I think it's Kova that might get to the boy first. There's a little bit of a spit and panic to get to that boy first, and it's actually going to be Dory and Kolsar that make that. Here's Sanchez and Campos. It doesn't look like they're going to be closing the ground now. The gap's opened up quite significantly. And kudos to the Poles, Borgil and Zukora, who are going to get in just after them. They gave it their very best shot, and you have to admire that. So Hungary, from Spain. Japanese K2 just running through underneath us. They have had a great day. That's their best result. I'm pretty sure of that this weekend. That's Haruka Komoda and Mo Moriyama. And Hungary. Away now. Just a boat length's lead from the Spanish. Spanish trying to make their way up the outside of these two again. So I think 2 more portages to go in both of these races. There's the second Polish crew of Gluza, Patrick Gluza and Simon Kostensky. And they're followed by the Czech Republic, Brzezina and Russo. And at the front of the women's K2 race, Purchase and Ward continue to impress. Nice tidy K2, well organised on the portages. simple, effective wash hanging. And if Renata Zay thought she could paddle away from them or out-portage them, she would have done that by now. So she knows she's in a contest.
Renata very happy to sit there at the moment. Just looking to see if there's any developments in the
Really,
third position.
what we're really interested in the women's K2 is the position behind. A little glance over to see what's happening from Renata Zay there. And a little injection of pace also. So maybe the chasers are closing down. Doesn't look like it on screen though. That's a big gap. And if that's a big gap, then it could be a small gap between the second Hungarians and the rest of the field.
It's quite a big gap now. It must be about 40 seconds or so to the second Hungarian. And it is another 20 seconds or so to Kosciuszko and Peters, Belgium and the Czech Republic. At least what I can see in my binocular.
So the gaps aren't closing significantly and the time is running out. Germans through the portage. A bit of a jog through for them. It's Muller and Gebhardt. And there's the Hungarians. They're still on their own, still no company, and still moving reasonably well by the look of it. Yeah, for one portage error, Stefan, when they stood still to empty their boat, what a high price to pay. They've done the entire race on their own, just for that one simple error on the portage. It's
but that's marathon.
Yes, it is. You have to be good at every aspect of it.
They stopped to empty the boat instead of, as we said, trying to empty it running. But that requires some training, doing that in a K2. Take it on the shoulder and lean it and emptying it while running.
So already online, debate starting about the men's K2 race later this afternoon. That's two bigger discussions to have on air, but all the main players have been mentioned in the comments feed there. Quick look at the crowd. You can see the flags there. You can see how strong the wind is. Russian K2, Russian C2 in shot there. Looks like they'll be finishing together, roughly. K2 took a swim earlier on, and a look up the track there, you can see a head-on shot from the women's race, and the chasing Hungarians definitely look closer to the pair behind them than they do to the pair in front. Sam Rees-Clark and Alex Lane find themselves in no man's land. Bit of a trip to go on their own. They did well early on. Impressive down the first 2,000 metres. But that was a long time ago now. Here, at the front of the men's C2 race, Hungary, and Spain. Now for me, Stefan, with a turn just 500 metres from the finish, it's going to be very hard for the Spanish, with their inferior turning ability, to have any impact at the finish of this race.
Yeah, the last turn will be as decisive as the Portage, I think. The final turn up that 500 meters before finish.
So as the Russian C2 runs underneath us in the commentary position, you can just see us. There you go, having a little wave in the commentary position there. There's Stefan. They're tracked by their counterparts in the women's K2. And the C2 race is on. In the distance, that's the view we've got. And that chase pack looks pretty close to the Hungarians now. I think you're probably looking at maybe 10, 15 seconds. In the distance, you can see the high stroke rate of Lamp from Broughton. We're looking at a 6th at the moment. But this race is going to change, I think. One more big lap after this one.
One more big, very challenging lap.
There looks to be very little stress in either of those first two boats. Here we go. Round the top turn for the C2s. Only one more top turn for them to do. Australian K2 there in shot. Penelope Young, Rika Abraham. You can see how much the Spanish struggle around the top turn. And if that happens with 500 meters to go, I can't see them getting anything but third in that group. So here we go. Renata Zay, Alexandra Barra, a little bit amateur getting out the boat there. South Africans clean.
None of them doing any attempt. It's still one long lap to go, and I think they both.
I think they're resigned, aren't they, to going around together now?
Yeah, they will help each other for another lap.
They'll look back from purchase there. She'll be pleased, I think, with what she sees. No inroads being made into them at the moment by the chase pack. Possibly the South Africans looking a little bit more tired now.
Would be strange if they don't. They are now down 20 kilometers.
That's a very good point, Stefan. So, lead 2 away.
Now.
And here's how close it is between the chasing pack. That's Peters, who hunted down a bronze medal in the K1.
Just 10 seconds, and I think
and
now
she is hunting down a medal in the K2 also. You wouldn't want to bet against her at this stage. The Hungarians know now, they've seen those two chase boats. And just like it was in the C1, or C2 rather, a lap ago, it's game on.
And what we saw there in the turn was that none of the leading two was willing to do the job, so they stopped a little bit there in the turn, and the gap decreased slightly.
The Belgians look stronger than the Czechs for their hunt for third place.
This is an open race now, once again.
I think the front two in shot there, I think they're safe. Renata's not going to let the speed drop to an extent that allows the others to catch up. And Jenna Ward, after yesterday's K1, or might have been 2 days ago, I've lost track of time now, but she's not going to want a chase pack to be closing her down. I think these two are safe, but behind them, the Belgians are now on terms with Hungary, and that's going to be an interesting finish. The Czechs look poor now compared to the Belgians. There's Hungary and Belgium. And the Belgians
20 seconds now
look
behind
the better of the
leading
two.
behind the leading between the leading two and Belgium and Hungary.
Belgium moving comfortably up onto the side of Hungary.
And we can see the gap increases now when Renato Che and Alexander Barra set the speed. They saw that the gap decreased slightly when they struggled in the turn there. Both crews stopped, but now it's full speed ahead again.
Sam Rees-Clark, Alex Lane running through the portage. And they're soon going to have some Spaniards for company. They're coming up from behind. So, the interest is spiked again in both races. Grana and Ferro taking the lead. Kova moving up on his teammates. He doesn't want to let them go. And it's Dory and Kolsar who are having to drop into the back. They may well come up this right-hand side. They seem to have a little bit of spray coming off the front of the boat, do Dory and Kolsar, like they've got a little bit of damage maybe to the front end of their boat there. It doesn't look clean anymore. So, after all the race we've gone through, it's the two main contenders. You just see that little plume of water coming off the front of boat 656. There's a big chip out the front of that boat.
It's disturbing, but it's also something to train on. It's more disturbing for the eyes and the brain than it really affect the paddling, such things.
I tell you what, Stefan, if you're not tired, it doesn't bother you one little bit. If you are tired, it bothers you a whole lot.
Yeah, that's what I mean. You need to train also on such mental strength to be a good marathon paddler.
Grana and Ferro have been at the front throughout, struggled throughout on all the turns. And I think that's going to be the most significant factor in the finish for this race.
It would be interesting to hear if this was the tactic, their thinking when they were a minute behind. These guys are now back in top. It looked from the start like they were racing each other already from the start, and they
that was the other Spanish crew, though.
Yeah, but they didn't care.
You see how difficult Dory is finding the steering. He's got to get into the landing stage. He's caught the Australian K2 at the portage. Spanish up and away.
That's how to do it, emptying the boat.
Kova, nice and clean. They're running well, look.
Yeah.
In fact, they're running with the sort of intention that says they want it down to 2 after this portage.
And the race is on now. They are really running
Spanish
fast
matching
now.
them. They tried to overhaul the Spanish on the run. Spanish held them off. And through they go. Front man in the second Hungarian K2 is limping fairly badly. And they're away. Grana and Ferro away from the Portage, K2 just behind, and this could be the last we see of Dorian Colsar at the front of this race. They've been there from the beginning, but now I think that might be their lot. Meanwhile, up the course somewhere is the women's K2. Kova round the turn first. Pulling strongly now. Poland and Spain coming through. That's Gluza. It's Bourgil and Zukora. Campos and Sanchez. No medals from these two. So all the main contenders on their final long lap. One more top turn to do. One more portage. And then the short lap. So we're getting to the sharp end of these races now. Be nice to see up to the top turn, see how the women's race is doing. There we go. Everything's still relaxed for the South African fan club out there. Every stroke now from these two crews brings them closer to the medals they've held throughout this race. Just seen running below us, we've got the Japanese K2 with the boat on the shoulder. One's got it on the right shoulder though, and the other one on the left. And I don't think I've ever seen that before. A little bit of chaos getting in. But there they go. That's the last time they have to go around that buoy. They'll glance across, see where the chasers are. I think they'll be reassured. There's the chasers, Belgium. Peters could be picking up her second bronze. The Czechs are nowhere in sight now. Just coming around the first turn buoy there. They're not going to be taking any part in the race for medals. So Hungary still got to be favourite for a win, even if it's not the emotional favourite. It's the reality of this at the moment. So hard to see what the South Africans can do at this stage to change that. Maybe they've got a quick portage in them, but they just looked a little scrappy on the last portage. Suggests they're getting a little bit tired. Jenna Ward struggling with the steering a little bit there. Boat just getting sucked in a little bit. Hungary too, and Belgium. And Belgium are looking good there. So safe for gold and silver in this group. Working hard.
The C2 race has established a little bit of a lead now, together with Ramon and Oscar from Spain. They're just starting to pull away from the Zoltan events in the second Hungarian C2 boat.
German C2 just ported in. Stop to empty the water. Meanwhile, leaders in the women's about 500 metres from their final portage. So South Africa, they know now that a medal is theirs. And I think after watching her so painfully lose the bronze medal in the under-23s, I think the crowd are with Jenna Ward here. There you go, the Spanish did close down second Great British crew. A little bit of company for them for the last lap. So we've got about 1,500 metres to go to the end of this race. And the girls are looking strong still.
It's an impressive achievement of these youngsters, Jenna Ward and K2 Portage. K2 Portage as a junior, they finished 5th last year, and now they are on top of the world racing, really here contesting Alexandra Barra and Renate Che. Really fantastic achievements of these youngsters from Durban, South Africa.
So Stefan, I'm going to say that they have no chance of overtaking Renata if they're behind her. So no. In order to win this, they have to get in from the portage first and leave the portage first. Otherwise, the ask is just too big. Back behind them, you can see the chase has been given up. Very relaxed from both the Hungarians and the Belgians. So they're deciding the race is on for bronze. There is no chase for gold and silver anymore. So just 300 metres to go to the portage for these two crews.
Still 1,500 metres in total.
It would to go. Be really exciting to see these two South Africans at least take it to the Hungarians over the portage. At least give them something to worry about. So 200 metres now, maybe less. Jenna Ward, K2 Portage, still leading. This battle here maybe has even more intrigue than the battle for gold and silver. And I think Renate Zay has just squeezed up into the lead to come into this portage. Just so much control in these races. She just has that little bit of spare when she needs it. And it's going to be nigh on impossible for the South Africans to do anything here.
I think also they are very, very pleased on what they have achieved so far. No rush, no hurry, but now it's on. Now it's on.
It's pretty much a steady run over the portage. South Africans don't look like they've got it in them to overtake on the run.
Yeah, both crews are quite exhausted as it seems.
Jenna looking a little bit tired there.
And so are Renate and Alexandra. This has been a tough race on them.
And
watch them now.
as much as Grant van der Walt online thinks that the South Africans were ahead of the Hungarians on the first 500 of the race,
They will be
I will
together.
bet an awful lot on them not being able to overtake on this last 1,000.
Now the race is on, really.
South Africans are just on the wash, the Hungarians still.
This is amazing.
And
they are still together. I didn't expect this to happen. Really well done of the youngsters.
Here's the
from
other
South
race. The
Africa.
Belgians are just overrun the Hungarians. They're into the boat and they're going to get away first from the Portage. So it's Belgium from Hungary. No, the Belgians are in all sorts of trouble. And now they're left having to overtake. And that's going to be an interesting fight for the bronze.
Oh, yeah.
The Belgians nearly had it there. They got in. If they were cleaner away from the Portage, they would have had the lead. And that's going to be at least as much fun as the race for gold.
Hungary looks strong in the fight for the bronze medal. Really strong. They're going for it now. Belgium has all sorts of problems there.
So here's the front. Renate Zay just doing what she has to now.
They are so enthusiastic now.
It's
You
almost
really see it from how they are paddling now, the South Africans.
It's almost routine now, though, for Zay, I think. It's she's been
it's
here.
enthusiasm towards routine versus routine.
Yeah, absolutely. And Renate knows she just has to squeeze on. Each time the South Africans, if the South Africans bother to move up, Renate just squeezes on that little bit more pressure.
But both crews looked quite exhausted over the Portages. They are suffering now, both of them.
And come Faye Lamp, Lizzie Broughton into their Portage. Tough day for them. I think they're at 7th place, maybe 6th. 6th place at the moment as the main contenders are just maybe 100 meters now from the top turn. And up at the top turn, nothing's changed. Can't see it on screen, but I'll try and keep you informed. There's just no change. Belgians are still wash hanging, the second Hungarians. South Africans still wash hanging. Renate Zay and Alexandra Barras.
And there they are. On their way into the final turn there.
Round the final turn, and I
Proper
think
move would be for
this,
Hungary now to make an effort in the middle of the turn.
this promises to be a lot more exciting than I think it's going to pan out. I think
Yeah.
it's going to pan out as a routine finish, but that does not detract from what the South Africans have done here today. This has been a phenomenal race for them. And it continues to be so.
Really would like the cameras on the top girls now. There they are. Still no effort.
I think the South Africans are having a chat and a laugh up there, actually.
Yeah.
They're happy.
They're really happy.
And I think, and the other Hungarians have broken away from the Belgians on the top turn. That race looks like it could be over. I don't think we'll see the South Africans. They might do a token effort towards the end. I can't see them having a serious pop at the Hungarians.
This is the second Hungarians. This is
So there's
the
third
bronze.
place.
This is for the bronze.
They're clear.
And I think Hungary will just wait for the attempt from South Africa and then respond to it.
Even if there is one, Stefan, I think we could just see this go to the end. As much as we'd love to see it, and we're still hoping we do, but
they ought to do an attempt, at least, South Africa. I think they will.
Maybe that's it there.
With 100 meters more to go, still together, Hungary and South Africa. And now K2 Portage and Janaward try to get on, but Renate Che.
There goes the gap.
Yeah. And Renate Che and Alexandra Barra just stretching out now, and is taking the gold medal home to Hungary. Gold to Renate Che, Alexandra Barra, and
kudos.
Great achievement from the South African team,
Africans in that race,
bringing home a silver medal to South Africa.
That equals the all-time number of golds for Renate Che. She's on 18 now.
And bronze to Sofia Gishi and Sara Michalik from Hungary.
It was the South Africans that entertained on that one. Very pleased for them. We'll send Stefan down to get an interview. I really hope he can get hold of the South African girls. And the C2s come in for their final lap, and the Spaniards are currently leading. It's going to be everything to play for in this one still. Hungarians away well and paddling well, but not in time to overtake. They're third place in the C2 race. They're at the front from early on, but now they're going to have to settle for third. In fifth place, we just missed the Czech girls, Shachova and Koziskova finish. It's been a pretty torrid time for Koziskova this year after that fantastic paddle last year that saw one of the most emotional moments of the whole championship when she took the gold in the K1. And on the bottom turn, the Spanish are paying the price for being dodgy on the turns. The Hungarians could get round. No, it's still being squeezed. It's tight on that turn. It looks like Kova is going to have to wait if he's going to overtake. So we've still got a big finish to come in the men's C2. So the South Africans are fighting above their weight today, and they fought extremely well in that race. One of the best results of the championships for me. So up they go. Well, we look at the portage. Always good to keep your hat on securely with a tie under the chin. You never know when that wind can pick up. Here come the poles. Also one of my favourite performances from this race. These two took it to the big guns in the early laps. They held on for a long, long time, but for Borgil and Zukora, it wasn't to be. They're still going to beat, it looks like, Campos and Sanchez, and I'm not sure they will ever have beaten them before. So they're going to go home happy, but maybe they would have been happier if they'd gone home with a medal. Lamb from Broughton, from Great Britain, finishing there. sixth place. A little bit disappointment for them. They'll be followed home by the Spanish, who in turn will be followed home by the second Great British crew of Sam Rees-Clark and Alex Lane. And the C2 men. That's a new shot for us, looking at the Portage from this side. There's the race in the C2 men. They've got about 50 metres to the turn. I don't see why COVID doesn't put in an effort now. There must be a reason. If you can get up on the inside of those Spanish now, it's game over. The Spanish still leading. I think Kova's fairly confident in his finishing speed.
Oscar Grana and Ramon Farrow, they had a gold medal in Copenhagen 2013 and also a gold medal in Rome 2012. And lots of other medals. And here they are going for a gold or a silver again. And now goes Kover. Kover and Doce made an attempt in the middle of the turn there.
It was all done on the top turn and it was so easy. The Spanish have struggled all afternoon.
In the turns.
I think they knew it. The Hungarians knew it. Was waiting for the turn for it to happen. And actually, that sucked a bit of the excitement out of the race in the final finish because it was too easy. It was clinical from the Hungarians there. And now it's a routine paddle, 400 metres. The Spanish aren't even bothering to chase. Second Hungarians are safe in third. Across the line now, the Sakali sisters. A day they will be forgetting, if they're lucky. It wasn't their day. And now, pretty much a lap of honour for Kova and Doce. Double gold again for Kova this year, same as it was last year. He's amassing his titles. He's going to be a contender for one of the big medal earners. And we'll start to turn our thoughts towards the men's K2 race after this one. But for now, it's all about Kova and Doce. Last 5 strokes to the line, and they'll finish as world champions in the men's C2 marathon 2016. There was a little bit of doubt in the early laps, but that doubt was blown away on the last turn. Grana and Ferro, champions in Copenhagen and Rome. Second place for the 3rd year in a row to the same crew from Hungary. Pleased with that though? And hopefully Stefan's headed towards the interview area, because I would really love to hear from the 2 South African girls. They have entertained and impressed us this morning in equal measure. Across the line now, 3rd place in the men's C2, Ben Story and Zoltan Kolskar from Hungary. They're pleased with their day's work. into the portage for the last time.
Fourth place in the C2 race.
Come the Russians.
But the medal presentation, ladies and gentlemen,
While the Australian K2, the Penelope Young, Enrique Abraham cross the line. Pretty good day's work for them. Both coaches to the Australian junior paddlers that we saw earlier this week. Coaches of Jones and Scott at the MLC school kayaking program. Nice work from the Australians.
Jenna and Kieta, what a race.
Yeah, it was pretty amazing. It was an honour paddling with next to Renata, and I guess Jenna was just really strong the whole way.
Did you expect this before the race?
No, I was just saying before the race, I said to Kaida, there's 8 boats that could take it today, so if we come 8th, I'll be happy. So to come away 2nd is pretty amazing, and we couldn't be more happier.
Have you trained a lot together?
We only get in like once every 2 weeks into a double, and it's just nice that we blend so well. But otherwise, we just train our singles, and we train in the same group, so it's always good when we train just to know that we're both strong. So.
But you both do lots of paddling, both river racing and surf ski and marathon.
Yes, I was actually thinking today when we were paddling, this is like being out in the sea, catching a few runs. So I definitely think the rivers and the surf ski helped us in these conditions today. And yeah, I think everything just came together and we had a great race.
And you have quite an impressive training group back home in Durban as well.
Yeah, it's really strong. We have a senior woman, and then we have Jen, myself, and other under 18s. But Nikki Russell is very strong, and it's just nice to have this strong group of girls that just push us all the time.
And how do you see the upcoming championships in South Africa next year?
We're really excited for it to be in South Africa next year. It's on our home ground, and we can train there very often, so we're really excited. And one more thing, thanks to our coach Lee McGregor and to Hank McGregor for all their help the whole time. Couldn't do it without them. Yeah, they're pretty amazing to have them there every single day, just pushing us and giving us some tips on how to do this.
Yeah, that's what it takes, isn't it? To be there every single day and do all the hard work.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. It's a great support system. Thank you for all the support today.
Congratulations once again.
Thank you.
That was a great interview. You could see how happy the girls were. And I don't think you can stress enough how well those two did today. It was a phenomenal performance in a stacked field. Like they said, there were 8 boats. Okay, a couple of those underperformed fairly badly today, but to come second in a field like that is pretty good going for anyone, let alone a junior. And I'm sure we'll see a lot more from those two, especially on their home turf next year when the World Championships moves to Pietermaritzburg. And I would like to shake their hand later if I see them. I'm sure we will. So back to the race, or what's left of it at least. We've got Ukraine in the C2. There's about 3 boats, 4 left out on the course now. Just a few tail enders coming in. So 662 from Ukraine, Shapoval and Levchenko, they're going to be next to finish. And then it's just a case of the remaining stragglers off the water before we move on. to the final race of this championships. And even if it provides only half the entertainment that the same race did last year, we'll still be entertained. Promises good things. It's interesting to hear Jenna say that it was like surf ski out there, it was like paddling on the ocean. The waves are clearly bigger out there than we can see from the commentary position. So those online that think that that plays into the hands of McGregor and Mocker, maybe you're right, but
and unfortunately I couldn't get Renate and Alexandra Bar online. They went to doping control. I had a nice little chat with Renate though. Very happy after her 18th gold medal, and said it was a very, very tough race, hard conditions out there, and she was very happy for all the support she gained through the long race.
The Germans coming across the line now. Müller and Gebhardt. Strong finish from them. Sebastian Brendel, of course, from this area, I think from Brandenburg. So he could be out there, the world's best C1 paddler. And as the Russians enter the water for the last time, 1,000 meters to go for both their C2 and the women's K2 if they ever leave the landing stage. Off they go. So 1,000 meters left for them, and then it's job done for the midday session. The other Russian crew there, Petrov and Fedosenko, matching headgear and glasses. So if you've got anything you need to ask before the men's K2 gets going, now's the time, because we're going to go off for a few minutes, get a little bit of lunch maybe, and then we'll be back. Thanks for watching this morning. It's been a privilege having you all with us. Loving the comments coming in. It's good to see people getting involved with it, and you definitely weren't disappointed this morning with either of those two races. C2 is the best race I've ever seen in a C2 marathon, and the women's K2 race threw up one of the great results of the weekend for the South Africans Purchase Award, and I think that'll be one of the highlights of the weekend when we all look back on it in a few weeks' time. Thanks again, and see you later.
tausche gerade die Batterien bei den Metros. Okay, mach ich dann gleich.
Okay. This is why it might be business. Hopefully.
Ladies and gentlemen, the medal presentation for the junior men C2 will begin. Meine Damen und Herren, ich rufe auf zur Siegerehrung im Kanadier-Zweier der Herren Junioren. the World Championship.
It's 14:25, so it's
Ja, meine Damen und Herren, damit keine Langeweile aufkommt. In 20 Minuten geht's weiter. Mit dem K2 der Herren über die 30 Kilometer Strecke. Also 8 Runden, eine kurze Runde. 7 Portagen werden wir sehen. Die Zeit im Vorjahr war 1:54:08. Also roundabout 2 Stunden. Halber 3, halber 4, halber 5. Bis dahin sollten wir durch sein, um dann die restlichen Siegerehrung des heutigen Tages vorzunehmen und natürlich die Verabschiedung der ICF-Fahne hier und die Weitergabe der ICF-Fahne an das nächste Land, das die Marathon-Weltmeisterschaften ausgeführt wird. Also bleiben Sie hier, 14:30 Uhr geht es weiter mit dem K2 der Herren über die 30 Kilometer. Belgium, the last race of the weekend will start in 20 minutes time. The senior men's K2. 20 minutes please. Come and get your seats in this packed stadium at the moment. Please come and watch this exciting race and the rest of the weekend.
Another good morning for Hungary. They made it tough. Okay. No worries. It'll be fun. Very easy. See you next time. Safe journey. Stefan? Towards us.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the final session of this World Marathon Championships. And this will be a tremendous race. It will be K2 men over 29.8 kilometers.
So much to look forward to in this one, Stefan. No one who saw last year's race, either live or on the live stream, can forget the finish of this one. I certainly haven't been allowed to forget the finish of this one after my totally inaccurate commentary. But this game on here again today. McGregor so strong yesterday, and it's going to be tough to bet against him, but it really depends how the race plays out.
And it was McGregor and Boros with their partners last year, and we might be seeing the same this year. So why don't we listen to Adrian Boros for a while?
Hi, I'm Adrian Boros from Hungary. I won the K2 World Champion last year from here, and I think it's not the same race, it's different than last year, but we have to try again, and it will be a good race.
I'm sure it will be a good race too. We haven't been disappointed with any of the races so far. Even some of the races that are traditionally not so exciting to watch as a spectator have been great this weekend. We just saw a phenomenal men's C2 race. And how many times do we say that?
It was an amazing race. And this will also be an amazing race. It is always. The K2 men seniors is great. It's So many boats, so many K2s and so high speed all around the course, and we have some very interesting crews here.
Yeah, we do. I mean, Ivan Alonso normally paddles with Merchant. They've had a big breakup back at home, and Alonso's paddling with Pina Estevez, who he won the European Championships with. Alonso, he didn't get a great result yesterday, but he did a really good race. He really did what he wanted to do. It didn't pan out for him in the end, but he was in control of himself yesterday. That bodes well for today. Salty and Boros, last year's winners, I think real crowd pleasers last year as well. So there's a lot of emotion wants to see them do well. But you can't write off the French either. They've stayed away from the K1 races this year just to do this. I was speaking to their coach, whose name, Philippe, not Bocquerat, Boucheret, Pascal Boucheret, just earlier this weekend. And yep, they've essentially kept their powder dry for this one. This is where they're pinning their hopes.
And they have switched partners now. Last year it was Boulanger and Candy who paddled together, but this year Boulanger is paddling with Urban Quentin.
Presumably they've strengthened one of the boats. It's hard to tell, before the race which one's going to be the stronger. But it's not only the French. We've got the Belgians in there. We've seen them have quite a bit of success this weekend, primarily with the women. But Dries Corin and Laurence Panakouk. Panakouk's been off doing the sprinting for a few years now, and very successfully too in the K2000. But he's also got a marathon background from when he was a junior. So yeah, you can't write them off either. They're going to have the speed. Then we saw Andy Burkitt yesterday, the best race he's ever done. It's the first time he's delivered at a major championships. He's back out today with Louis Hatting, who we've also seen in action. There's so many to choose from.
It is, and Hank McGregor and Jasper Mocke, we know they are willing to do a lot of work, and the tactical mastery of Hank McGregor is fantastic. And then we have the Czech Republic, Adam Jakub, that did very well yesterday, and he's, as usual, paddling with Michael Odvarko, and they had a bronze medal already in Singapore 2011.
Yeah, that was a while ago, and if you'd asked us a year ago, we probably wouldn't have been mentioning them in this pre-race talk. But Adam was so impressive yesterday.
Yeah.
His resurgence of form since joining the South African training group was phenomenal yesterday. He really did impress.
Yeah, he did. So it's soon time to start, and I think we have some highlights to show from this morning's race. So let's watch them when the paddlers line.